Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me make sure she's not.
Is this the,
Let me make sure everybody sees
is this what they're gonna be talking?
one of these. No, what's that?
No, we're gonna
What
talk
is
about
that?
this.
That's a letter?
Yep.
Good gracious all.
World. Too much. We need a bigger desk.
I now call the December 2nd, 2021 Board of Commissioners work session to order. I'm going to call on Theron Gay to provide an introduction before we begin our insurance broker candidate presentations.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. It's good to see y'all again. I hope everybody's had a good Thanksgiving, and I know we're looking forward to Christmas season. And appreciate having the opportunity to work with you guys again. I enjoy that. Y'all are kind of like family, and wanted to present today the Insurance Brokerage Consultant Review Committee's report and what they have found, and we have asked the two top candidates to come today and present to the board itself. On September 14th, 2021, Carroll County released a request for proposal for consultant and brokerage services for property and liability insurance procurement. And the coverage would include liability, casualty, law enforcement, property, equipment, automobile, zone, and cybersecurity. The RFP was advertised in the local legal organ, which was posted on the Georgia Procurement Registry, following proper procedure. The deadline was 2 p.m. on October the 8th, with all proposals being submitted to Janice Duff at the purchasing department. And following the release of the RFP, we received quite a few questions from several vendors who were interested in considering a proposal. In order to assure that everyone had the same information, we took all those questions and compiled them, answered them, and then submitted them to all of the vendors who had requested a copy of the RFP. The acceptance proposal closed on 2 p.m. on October 8, 2021, and there were 4 proposals that were received, opened, and recorded by Ms. Duff, Ms. Lackey, and myself. And on October the 19th, I met with the Insurance Broker Review Committee, which was comprised of 5 county employees who were charged with reviewing all the proposals and recommended the top 2 for presentation to the board for final selection. And I'd like to recognize that group today. We have Danny Yates with us here. Danny, thank you. And Danny served last time we did this as well and took it very serious, did a fantastic job. We also had Brad Robinson from the Sheriff's Office, Ben Skipper, Jesus Hernandez, and Kelly Patterson from the county. And I was really impressed with this group. It was a lot of good reading, as Commissioner Chance was telling me today. He's spent quite a few days reading all this, and the group did a really good job, asked a lot of good questions, and you guys are well served with that committee. The committee was then presented with copies of all the proposals for review when we discussed their task and the process that would be used to evaluate the proposals. Since there were only 4 proposals received, I think last time when we did the healthcare, we had like 14. So we had 4. They decided to go ahead and just interview all of the responders, which I thought was a good idea. So we gave each of them 1 hour for their presentation and questions. On November the 1st, the committee heard the presentations and rated each based on established criteria to select the 2 best proposals for presentation back to the board. Following that meeting, I compiled their evaluations and calculated the rankings. And on November the 4th, I met with the committee again to discuss the results. And while all the proposals were certainly well qualified, the members were unanimous in their ranking, recommending Lockton, who you have here today, and also Marsh and McClellan, who will be here in about an hour to make a presentation. Of note is that none of the proposals really offered a set price for service, but rather agreed to negotiate based on fees and/or a combination of fees and commissions. And so that's, again, the first presentation again is going to be Lockton and followed by Marsh and McClellan. As you all are aware, the goal is to select the proposal you feel is best qualified to represent the county and work with the county staff to be able to provide you with a combination of the best pricing and service for the citizens of Meriwether County. And again, the committee did a wonderful job. I was proud to work with them. Everyone took them, read them, reviewed them, and we spent an entire day or two working through that. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that any of you have, or at this time we can go ahead and call on your first group. Daniel Thomas with Lockton is here, and we'll ask that they come do the presentation and ask them any questions, and then if you have any further questions to me, I'll be happy to answer that. So, okay. Thank y'all. Daniel?
Yeah, we prefer to keep this a little collaborative, so we'll all kind of pitch in here. Well, good afternoon. We appreciate the continued, potential partnership coming down, working together. We think Theron's done a fantastic job of a very upstanding process, and happy to continue to talk about that. I think we like to keep this collaborative, so fire questions. We've highlighted a few things, on our document here out of the longer response that may help you with some of the questions you have for us. But first of all, my name is Daniel Thomas. I represent Lockton Companies for our public entity practice, and I'll be your main point of project management for all the different resources within Lockton, and we'll get into that in a minute. But that is my role as primary contact along with some of our team here. Megan.
Good afternoon. I'm Megan Murray. I work with Lockton and have worked with the team here for a number of years, but my role would be on Carroll County to be your primary day-to-day contact for your insurance needs. So a little bit about my background, and we'll get into kind of our story a little bit, but I worked with Willis Towers Watson for about 7.5 years prior to this, and most of my experience is in public entities. So I work with Municipal Pool here in Georgia, which is about 375 cities and city authorities in the state. And then we also work with the Georgia Firefighter Program, so a lot of city and county peer groups. And we have a broad team, but we're the day-to-day contacts, so we're kind of all over the state at any given point in time. We do a lot of visits throughout Georgia, so that would be my role.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee DeWoody, and my passion is safety. I'm the risk control consultant. Background with both a carrier and broker side. Been doing it for 35 years, whether it's helping you protect the public using your facilities or your own employees through training, through loss review, incident reviews to understand what the loss drivers have been. I would work with the committee and develop programs, training, resources, audits to look at facilities and ensure we're running things safely. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Jeff Showalter, also with Lockton, obviously. I focus almost exclusively on the public sector, and our team works exclusively together. So, it's a bit of a unique, we handle each other's accounts. We don't, there's no, we show up and then somebody else is handling your business going forward. We'll talk a little bit about why we're at Lockton. I spent 16 years at Willis Towers Watson. It's a very large broker. You've got Marsh, Aon, and Willis is the big three, kind of the alphabet brokers out there. And we took a risk. We made a change, and I'll tell you guys a little bit about that about 6 months ago. But our same team is together, And we're real excited about the future. We're looking for customers to take that journey with us, and we're real excited about potentially working with you guys. I have a passion for this area as well. We do a lot of different types of public business in the state, but we also have we've branched out to some other states as well, and we love the space, and we hope we can help you guys. So.
Any questions before we dive into anything outstanding we should hit on, you think?
I guess just at first, I'd like to ask, and I saw your brochure, and I see on the back you have some references. Didn't call any of them yet,
Okay.
We did.
Please do.
Last
yeah,
time.
if you can.
So how many, I know you said 375 cities, I believe, but how many local governments altogether would your team work with? And then of those, like how many counties do you have in the?
Well, a lot of the counties work with the ACCG, so
Right.
there's, that's kind of the standard. We've handled probably the larger counties that have, more complex programs such as what y'all would probably have or are moving towards. So I'd say at the moment, probably 4 counties of this, equivalent size. We've had a couple that potentially we'll be able to work with again, but we're still with our previous firm, so that kind of, yeah.
Okay.
I guess the question I have, based off your introduction, it was one of the things that I noticed in the packet, that some of the senior reps, and I assume some of you here today, that you've only been with the company since 2021, some within the last year or two. So can you give me a consensus about that? I know every institution is really comprised of the employees, but you also have infrastructure in place. So I'm wondering, from your perspective, how well you know, I guess, the firm that you're representing, if many of you are relatively new in your positions.
Yeah, happy to. You want to hit this?
Yeah,
or
yeah.
Go ahead.
This was part of the story, right? So, and it kind of ties in, Ernie, with what you were asking about, the number of clients we have. So we had built up a practice at Willis Towers Watson. We'd been there for 16 years. And we were getting purchased by Aon. So they were merging the second and third largest brokers. And we had operated kind of like a smaller agency that services public sector. So at a big broker, sometimes you'll have siloed service delivery. This is an aviation type risk. This is a property exposure. So and we felt like we had created a local service team that could leverage the larger organization when we needed to bring in expertise around cyber or loss control, et cetera. We were concerned about the merger and our ability to continue to give the same level of value to our client in the same way that I've got a long runway. We all have a long runway. We've been together meaning I got a long time to work, and I wanted to be in a consistent environment. We evaluated different firms. Lockton is a privately held agency. They're not for sale. The ownership is very stable. It's the Lockton family, and there was a financial transaction that occurred when the original owner passed away where it really tied up the organization to not be for sale. And when you're not for sale, you can really focus on the financial margin goes back into the business to service the clients rather than worrying about shareholders or a margin you got to return to a private equity firm, which is how a lot of our competitors that are larger in size with more scale operate. So Lockton allows us to operate as a local team with the same resources we had before. We've got the property expertise for more sophisticated large risks that need different protection and being able to explain it to the insurance companies. We have cyber expertise, which is on everybody's mind right now. Instead of relying on me or one of us to know everything about cyber, we have people who only do that, and we bring them in because it changes monthly. So we evaluated different organizations. We felt like Lockton they didn't have a very real robust local public sector practice, so we felt like we could start it and it already had the chassis of the organization that was really, there's a lot of people. They have 300 employees in Atlanta, so there was a lot of infrastructure. So we ended up choosing Lockton, and it takes time in the public entity or public sector to move relationships, right? And it's a very formal process. So it's going to take some time. Some of the counties that we handled before, because we handle 380 cities. We handled the city of Atlanta, Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, Gwinnett County, Dougherty County, Athens, Clark County. I mean, we have all those, and some of those relationships are with us at Lockton now, not all of them. But we understand the space. We understand how to help clients, especially around budget control and understanding how the analytics you need to make decisions around a large entity like yourself, in some ways, could take larger deductibles and pay less premium. But you also don't want to take that large deductible if you don't have real good controls around what your losses are going to be within your layer, because it could bust your budget, right? And we understand that. And that's a little different than maybe a privately owned company where somebody, they're like, I'll take a risk because it's a little different, and we understand that. So our story was, our team is here, and we're excited. We're trying to get out and talk to as many new customers and existing customers as possible. And it's going to require somebody who feels a good mesh with how we operate. We want you to feel like you meet with us, and whoever comes in after us, or your incumbent relationship, whoever that is, we're not trying to force our. We want buyers who say, hey, I like the way they operate. I feel like there's good energy and good knowledge there, and we see value. And so we're hopefully this process will give you guys a good contrast of two different styles, and or more. I mean, I think you guys are only interviewing one other, but that's really what we're here today, just to answer questions, share a little bit about ourselves, and we really, the only other thing I'd say is this team, we enjoy working with one another. We work exclusively. Megan and I have worked together for over 7 years. Lindsay, who's on our team, she's not here, over 15 years. Daniel and I, and Lee and I have been over a decade. So we really know each other, and that's important. When it's really a people business, even though it feels like sometimes we do other things. But that's it. I didn't mean to go on so long.
As you know, our county doesn't have a really good risk score, so I guess this is a two-pronged question. Have you encountered situations like ours, and what background do you have in lowering those risk scores and saving premium dollars? And I guess that would go mostly to you. And then, what type of training or other things can you implement to help us get our exposure decreased?
Why don't you take it? Let me just, I'm just going to introduce so Lee can talk extensively about, well, he will, and he's passionate about it, and he can talk about, managing large construction infrastructure work with counties and cities. We've done a lot of that. He'll share training. I would say that what we want to do is help you measure it and identify it, and then figure out ways to control it. And initially there will be some low-hanging fruit on predictable type losses, but we've got to measure it. We need to identify it, and Lee can help with that, and also implementing training to then start. There's going to be some things that are a little easier to tackle. There's going to be some things that might be a little more difficult to, within an organization like yourself. You could have, I think of police, but Lee, I'll let you.
Well, we've worked together since 2009, and he's heard me answer this type of a question before numerous times, and he's basically stole my thunder. So we don't go in and we don't just say, well, gee, you need this training or you need to do this. We look to see where your losses have been, okay, and understand whether there's a trend in the positive or the negative. And as far as, again, harping on training, you have a turnover in the hourly or the employee base, but your supervisors and above don't turn over. So we try to focus on them and give them coaching so that they can impact, because they're working with the employees every day. And that's my flavor. But of course, if we identify something, we have web-based training that can be rolled out to the county employees, and it can be tracked on who's taken it. A knowledge test is given, or we can do in-person training and coaching. Again, the preferred method is to do that with the supervisors. You have a lower turnover with them, and we coach them in how they can then roll that out with employees. But again, just use specific examples. It's hard pressed without having dived into the losses. And we have something at Locked in Insights. It compares your losses based on your workers' comp class codes or your NCCI code, and compares you to other government entities in terms of their loss experience. So you'll get a little standing to see how you compare to others as well and how you're trending. And that helps drive decisions or even down to the department level, which department might be having the losses.
And who provides that training? I mean, various ones of it.
Well, we have online through Lesage, online training, webinar, web-based. We have locked-in webinars, and then I will be doing any in-person training. I've done it with Gwinnett County, check with Bill Spires, Bill Swiger, Bill Spires, never mind, Bill Swiger, and I've done. We identified with the Department of Water Resources. They unfortunately had incidents. I'm not going to speak about other people's incidents, but in trench safety or confined space safety. So we've done a specific training for all of the DWR, Department of Water Resources employees, and they were required to take that course every 2 years on both trench safety and confined space safety. That's something that very infrequent accidents, but if there is one, can be very severe. So that would be an example of when, and I did that in person, and can do that in person for you.
Okay.
I'll add a little bit to that real quick, just to brag on Lee for a second. So Doherty County has been a long-term client of ours. Michael McCoy, Scott Addison, great folks down there. Not currently a client because of their cyclical nature of cycles, but at some point. But what we did there is we have a claims advocate, which is who Bill Spires, he just mentioned, would be the person for a claim that happens. But the goal is to prevent it, of course, and that's where Lee comes in. And what we did there was we went in, and it was a little uncomfortable to begin with, but we took each department head and we took Excel spreadsheets and we spent hours just going down looking at who were the loss contributors. We isolated those, and then we started quarterly safety meetings. And they had already started those, but we really took them to the next level using some of our analytics to say, where can we improve quickly, low-hanging fruit, and then what are long-term 2 to 3 year goals? And so that's really made a big difference there. Michael's pretty proud of that, and so Lee had a big part in that, so just make sure he doesn't toot his own horn.
I notice on page 31 in your handout here, you got Risk Control Services Training Institute. And you guys do that via a webcast, is that correct?
Page 31.
Yeah.
They used to be in person. You would fly out certain folks to our Kansas City home office if needed for certain larger ones. Right now, they're strictly web-based due to COVID, and we started to open back up a little bit this year, but then Omicron and the other ones have slowed that down. But we can do either way. The goal usually is to have Lee kind of come out and do certain training, but
well,
web-based, yeah.
I guess that's my question. Firefighters, deputies, not everyone can just drop what they're doing and sit down and do training.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if we wanted to set something up in person,
Yes, that would be
that
Lee.
would be available?
Yeah, Lee and myself would come out, and we would structure a time, lunch, whatever we need to do to have certain, topics that we isolate or pick and go through those.
okay, and I remember reading, I can't find it. I've got a lot of pages dog-eared.
Page 32, following 31,
Okay.
talks about some of the online webinars, and that's just a high-level listing of courses available. There's also a defensive driving available, because I know that's usually an important question. There's also a distracted driving webinar, and those I mentioned are web-based. You can assign it to specific employees, so you can have all employees take it, or a department that we've identified needing that benefit would take the course. And then there's a knowledge checker, and then gives a report back, and it's free. It's part of Locked, and there's no extra charge for those. And it reports back to you their scores and whether they took the course or not, and it's something they can do on their own time.
Let me just tell them, I would say, because you guys are trying to evaluate a couple different options, and if I'm you, I'm trying to figure out what are the differences. And what I would say is the other group that you talk to, I would feel certain that they can go out and get you web-based training. I mean, it's available, third party, we can say it's locked in, it is. The other brokers have it as well. I think the difference is you have somebody like Lee that actually works in this space with your peers and can apply that kind of more refined, focused attention and actually do some, we can actually do the in-person, or they can be web-based if it makes, you'll help us figure out what the audience needs to actually make an impact on the losses. So to me, that's the difference.
Well, the law, I guess that kind of leads into my next question. You have all this training with these other, well, not companies, counties and cities. And Commissioner Reynolds brought up, I can't remember what it's called, help me out, the loss
Exposure?
ratio.
Oh, yeah.
The loss
scoring.
The risk score.
Yeah.
That's it, risk score. By implementing these tools in other counties and cities, has it helped with that score?
Absolutely. So I can tell you so as a broker, we act as a broker, the middleman between you and the insurance company. Our job is to help with paint a good picture to the markets and increase and improve your risk score. When Megan mentioned the 380 cities that we help with, we act as the insurance company with the Georgia Municipal Association, which is the organization like ACCG, and we help them with loss control because we are the insurance company in that instance. We do the underwriting and the pricing, and we see it on 380 cities. We incent them through loss control to actually improve their score so that we can give them a better premium. So we see it every day. For you all, it would be, let's first identify what's causing the losses and the risk score to be not good, and let's attack those, and that usually will improve the overall performance of the losses. And nothing happens overnight. I mean, it takes time. A lot of those claims, if you make changes to procedures and protocols, it can take a little time in order to start seeing the results in your losses. So there's a lot of different approaches. I mean, we can also use incentives around, there's the carrot and the stick approach to try to create good behaviors. So,
Yeah.
If I could just jump in, I got myopic on web-based training, but one of the benefits of having me, I'm local, live in Cherokee County, local, but I would follow up any web-based program we've identified and rolled out and had departments or employees work with. I'd come out as well and visit with the supervisors, whether using the Department of Water Resources as the example that I mentioned earlier, and actually look at the trenching, look at the any confined space entries, and then review, do a little coaching on site. So it's not necessarily a classroom training. We follow up any web-based training or something like that with myself being able to do some in-person audits, if you will, and interacting with the employees and supervisors.
I liked your comment about a carrot. And Montreal's a teacher, and I'm a retired teacher. And you get a lot better results making them think they figured it out instead of us making them do it. Yeah.
Of course.
And I have another question. I'm probably going to have more as we go along. I dog-eared this book and put a lot of stuff in it. And I can't find it right now, but you mentioned somewhere in this booklet about in-cab cameras in some of the vehicles and that sort of thing. Now, is that a service that you provide, or would you tell us if we put in-cab cameras in all of our vehicles that will help with our rates?
That is not a locked-in product. We would use a vendor and work with you in identifying the benefits of various drive cam, things like that, whichever vendor works best in your scenario. We have experience working with those vendors, but it would be through a vendor.
What kind of results did you get from the folks that are impacted?
Well, I did it with the city of Atlanta, and we used drive cam, and there was great resistance to it initially.
I can imagine.
Right, and what they came to see, with that particular program, there's some excellent coaching. They use the scores, the individual driver scores, and then they coach the employees. It's not the smack them upside the head, you did this wrong. It's, hey, you've had this many at-risk driving behaviors, and then they coach them on that. And so there was that initial holdback on it, but once it got rolled out, it was very effective. I apologize, I don't have statistics to show, how it benefited them, but talk to Ms. Kathy Lloyd, and she'll, with City of Atlanta, and she'll expand, can possibly expand on that. She's talked about it at length, and we've used that as a reference. Other times we've mentioned DriveCam.
Okay.
Commissioner Fuller, can I step in here? And I want to ask a follow-up question to his initial question. So you mentioned the aspect of it from the employees. Hey, you've had this many instances where you could have potentially had a wreck. So when you actually get down to a wreck, maybe a fire truck is going through a red light, or a sheriff's vehicle is going through a red light to go to a scene, and
Right.
they hit somebody, and it's just this person saw this and this person saw that. Is there any type of ratio that shows, hey, more times than not, it can help protect an entity? Everyone likes to be involved in lawsuits. So is there any kind of statistics on that it can actually help you as well in that kind of instance?
There are statistics on that. DriveCam in particular has quite a few success stories, even on their website, of how that has worked with in defense of a claim. But again, the primary purpose is for coaching and changing driver behaviors or the like. But it can be used because in DriveCam's example, if there's hard braking or hard cornering, the camera's always on, and an incident with the vehicle, hard braking, hard cornering, causes that camera to save 15 seconds prior to that event, as well as time following that event. So you will, and it's both forward-facing and looking at the driver, so you can see if the driver's on a cell phone or something, or looking down at, in law enforcement. My son is law enforcement, and I was in awe of all the laptops and such they have in their vehicles, and it's very challenging to stay focused, and it'll show you, where their attention was.
Thank you.
I know you said you had lots of questions,
Well,
but
y'all-
let me, I know,
Yeah, you
do
guys
y'all,
go ahead.
I didn't know if you came with something you wanted to for sure say.
No,
'cause usually
there's so many different things. We
So
could
I want
talk
to make sure I give you the opportunity
yeah.
to cover what you really want to say before they go into some other things.
I think what we could do, there's some things that came up in our last meeting, right? So there's some emerging type topics that we could discuss. I think you guys are buying the relationship, right? I mean, when you call, there's going to be somebody who answers the phone, and I'm sitting here telling you we handle a bunch of cities and we handle why does that matter to you? Because other than what I think it does is it tells you we know your space. But if I'm you, I want to know that you're going to answer the phone and that we got people there. And so I would like Megan, not to put her on the spot, but to talk a little bit about, this is 4 of us. There's 8 of us on the team, the core team. And we do a great job. We've all worked together for a while, and we back each other up, and we have bandwidth. Again, we're trying to build out the practice and scale. So maybe, Megan, if you want to just talk a little bit about a day-to-day.
Yeah, so as Jeff mentioned, I think just as a team, we pride ourselves on being responsive. It is our job to answer the phone when you have a problem, a claim, a question, you need a certificate. And we know that those things come up from time to time. You have a driver on the road who doesn't have an auto ID card, and they get pulled over and they need it right away. That's really where all of our team is there. Our cell phone numbers are going to be on all of our email chains, and you can reach out to us anytime you need to. My role will be to kind of coordinate with the resources that we have available at Lockton to make sure that we're bringing the best to you. And you have one sole point of contact. And if you can't get me, you can call Daniel, you can call Jeff, but one of us will always be available. And everyone's going to tell you that, and I'm not going to toot my own horn, but we do strive to be very responsive to our clients. That's it.
Who's the contact that you work with so much in the city?
Yeah, and the other thing Jeff just mentioned, we work with a lot of cities around your area, so strongly encourage you, reach out to Jim Triplett at City of Carrollton. We're very close with him, and they had kind of a similar relationship, but we talk to him frequently. And really any of the cities around here, Villa Rica, Douglasville, me and Lindsay, who's our counterpart, we're the primary contacts, so we work with them and have a relationship with them on, a daily or weekly basis.
Thank you. All right, Steve, I'll turn it back over to you for further questions.
Well, that's okay. I'm kind of drawing a blank right now. Thank you.
I've got a question that may not be for you folks as much as the staff, but what I'm wondering, did the committee at all or has staff at all contacted any of the references to get idea? I mean, we don't need to know now what the results were, but I just wondered if we have
Yes, the
contacted.
committee, the review committee actually called a couple of the references while they were in their deliberations.
Okay.
And that weighed into their results.
Okay.
You guys want to talk about some of the
I
emerging?
think I found
We
it.
can do that, yeah.
Do you guys want us to just go in a couple of the, like a couple maybe emerging risk areas, and we can just, things that we're seeing and see if it's of interest?
And that's something I had a question about, so
Okay.
go ahead with that.
Okay. I think, from my perspective, the one that everyone is talking about, and the public sector is specifically vulnerable to it, is the cyber ransomware. Everybody's talking about it. You guys, it's difficult to get the coverage. The pricing's tripling. What it used to cost, $20,000 to get, a couple $1 million of coverage is now costing $100,000. And that's really, there's a budget impact there. There's actually some difficulty in even getting the coverage if you don't have certain controls in place. And so what we do, because we know that space, really cyber for the public entity or public sector is different than a cyber policy for a publicly traded company, or it's different. And we have relationships with carriers. We understand it. There are some questions and controls that they want. One of the big one everybody's talking about is MFA, multi-factor authentication, where when you go onto your bank and then they call your cell phone, the first question they're gonna ask is, do you guys have that in place for your employees when they're trying to access county documents at home? And if you don't have that in place, you might not have insurance coverage, right? And so that's a big deal. There's also social engineering, which is fraudulent. Basically, someone emails someone in accounts payable to pay a vendor, and they've changed the routing number or whatever it might be. Both of those, so when you think about, hey, we need to have $1 million of coverage, well, what all the insurance companies do is they sublimit ransomware, meaning you got $1 million of coverage, but we're going to give you $50,000 of social engineering coverage, and we're going to give you $100,000 of ransomware. So what we're telling our customers is, look, the $1 million is for like a third-party liability where they come in and they steal a bunch of, Social Security numbers, but we aren't seeing those claims right now. We're seeing ransomware, we're seeing social engineering. So what our job is to try to get you guys that limit built up. So I would encourage you, as you're looking, wherever this goes, just a little note, when you're looking at your renewal next year, make sure those two sublimits are really high. And we're trying to educate all of our customers, because we don't want to have you guys having claims. It's not good for the state we live in. So and we've dealt with claim. We have, Megan could speak specifically. We've probably helped 10 entities with those type of claims or more. At least. So we have preferred vendor partners that we know, the forensics that get involved, the actual attorneys you need to call when those claims happen, et cetera. So I don't know if that's something that's on your mind. It should be, but.
Do you folks come in on the front end to do any type of, get with our IT team and do any review of where are the weaknesses, or do you rely on more of a passive approach where our IT team would have to come to you and say, hey, what about this? I guess I would prefer a comprehensive review on the front end that says, hey, we've done this review, here's our experience, and these are 3 areas that you need to address.
Yeah, so we are desperately trying to get all of our clients to take the proactive approach. IT often or can be a little bit resistant to some of that, right? Because that's kind of their space. But so the insurance companies that we could put you with offer those services as part of, because if you think about it, they want to know it so that they can help you mitigate it so you don't have the claim. So we will oftentimes partner with your insurance company to do a tabletop exercise or a penetration test, or they can do it all from wherever they're at. They don't even have to come out to your location necessarily. They can just give the report, and then we can partner you with third parties to actually fix things and make recommendations. That's typically how we do it. Now, there are some customers that don't want to take the time to do that, and then they do it. An application comes out, you guys fill out the application, and the way you fill it out tells us there's some gaps in coverage, and then we go, hey, look, we need to fix these before we send them to the insurance market, or you're not going to have coverage. That's another way that it happens at times. So, and it's changing. I would encourage you, too, to make sure you work with, make sure you guys select a broker, or you have someone who's deep in that specific space, because it is literally changing every quarter. Right? I mean, the applications are changing because new questions are getting asked. Right now it's MFA. Next year it'll be something else. And I can't stay in front of all that. I mean, I can try, but there are people who only do that, that we work with, that we bring. So.
I was just going to add, there's also resources available specific for government entities through like the CISO website, so we can help coordinate with you to make sure that you're aware of everything that's available. That's come up recently.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Lockton's recognized that, so we've actually put together, as Jeff was saying, the applications can be like 17, 18 pages from different carriers. You may have to fill out 3 different carriers' applications to get quotes. It's highly intrusive, and so Lockton is streamlined. We brought on an individual who underwrote public entities at a different cyber insurance company. He now works for us. He's streamlined an application process where we can use our application, and they will 90% of the carriers will accept ours. So it cuts down the time. He can work with you on how to answer the questions legitimately and honestly, but what are they looking for here? Where are the weak vulnerability spots? And so his name's Neil Desai. He's in our part of our core team, so he'd be one that you reference to get on the phone with him. Also, if you look, I've just found it here on page 45, his name's Mark Weintraub. He's an attorney. You can reach out to him for claims counsel if something does happen. He will connect you with the cyber breach response team for your carrier. So there's a lot of internal hand-holding that'll work with you before we even get to the carrier side, just so, because it's like Jeff said, it's one of the #1 topics we're getting called on daily.
Yeah, I thank you. I would just like to see us, whoever we go with, ensure that there is some on the front end approach to this, because if the horse already leaves the barn, like has already happened, I mean, you read about it in the paper, oh, so-and-so, and this big theft occurred or whatever, and it's like, but if they'd have had this on the front end, so I'd like some type of comprehensive, very current review, as you're talking about, on the front end to identify weakness.
Yeah, we partnered with a technology company called CyberCube. We didn't run it for you because we didn't have the policy information, but that'd be the first step. Like Jeff was saying with building out the safety, look for low-hanging fruit. Where are the areas that we need to immediately pinpoint, because we may be able to work out better competitive rates, increase deductibles, things like that. So yeah, definitely on the front end is preferred.
Mr. Thomas, I've got a question on your, I guess, client to representative ratio. Do you have any idea what that is, and do you have any kind of strategic management in place that states, hey, if we can't onboard X amount of additional employees, while we'd love to have another account, we can't take that on to be able to properly serve the ones we already have on board? Can you give me any idea about your company structure with that?
So as Jeff said, this practice is, broad out in our corporate office and expanding here, so we have bandwidth at the moment. Right now, it's about a 6 to 10 account or client ratio per account manager. So 6 people throughout the year, renewals, that kind of daily service, depending on the complexity of the account. If you're working with a multi-billion-dollar publicly traded company, and one person may work on that full time. Lockton has, in our office here, about over 300 folks. We work closely with leadership. We do budgeting in the forefront, so we look at what our potential new business and our growth is coming in, and then we would hire based on that. So we're not going to be reactive, we're going to be proactive on what we think, and that's been very helpful so that we're not, like you just said, we bring on 2 new accounts, 2 clients, and then, okay, who's going to handle these, and you're getting poor service. We're actually out in front of it, and that's the locked-in model. It's a little more proactive, very refreshing for us coming from a different company that was reactive. So leadership knows that, and they hold us highly to those budgets we predict for staff retention. Does that answer your question?
I might just add that fundamentally the way and the reason we came to Lockton, I felt like it was a competitive advantage on hiring talent. So in the insurance business, we call it a war on talent. There's a lack of good account people. We're all fighting for them, right? University of Georgia's got a great risk management school, but what happens is when that happens, it's supply and demand, and it's difficult to keep people because your competitor's offering them more money, and that can happen. We've experienced it. So at most companies that are in our space, where you're a big firm that has a lot of scale, meaning lots of resources, the ownership structure is you're publicly traded, and if you're publicly traded, they require like 25% margin to the investors. So you take $1, 25 cents goes immediately to the shareholders. If you're private equity owned, which is the next, I could rattle off 6 of our kind of agency roll-up models that you guys might have interviewed, that we also interviewed when we were looking. Private equity firms require 35 cents on the dollar. We interviewed with them, we talked to them. So when we're running our little business in the business, right off the top, they take 35 cents, okay? Lockton set it up so that the Lockton family takes 10 cents. They're the sole owner and they're our 8th largest broker in the world. They're a big firm. They take 10 cents. So what that told me is 90 cents of every dollar goes right back into the local office to pay people and who then service clients. And so for us, that was an advantage. When you talk about a $10 million operation of fees, that's a lot of money. That gives us, I think, an advantage in hiring people to service clients, paying them the appropriate, because from your perspective, if you have a service team, you hire us, and then next year, hey, where'd Megan go? Oh, don't worry about it. I got this is a great person. That happens all the time. I've experienced it, right? We've worked together so long because it takes a lot. It's a relationship. It's making sure people are paid appropriately, et cetera. But I feel like at this firm, we're able to hire and pay appropriately. And Daniel brought up a good point. It's not hiring in arrears. It's not like, Carroll County, they selected us. We need to go hire somebody. We set a budget, and they hold us accountable to that budget for the next year, and they hire to that budget. Hopefully, it's a growth budget. They don't want us telling them that we're shrinking, but so I don't know if that helps, but that was a little bit back to why we selected where we're going.
I've actually got 2 questions. Where do each of you live? Lee, you said Cherokee County. Yes. I'm just curious with the other 3 where y'all live.
Sure, I can go. I'm in Atlanta, pretty close to downtown.
Yeah, used to be Atlanta, just moved to Roswell a couple years ago.
I live in Roswell.
Okay.
So we're all from, kind of where we're from as well.
No, that's good. I just wanted to know
Okay.
local to Carroll County. My next question, you keep mentioning the Lockton family. I'd like to know a little bit more about the family themselves. Like, did it start 3rd generation ago? Just just a small little, tell me a little bit more about the Lockton family and, the person that's still running the company, I suppose.
So we just spent a couple weeks up in Kansas City with Ron, the son of the founder. Started in 1966 with Jack Lockton. Unfortunately, passed away to pancreatic cancer in the early 2000s, or he'd still be running the company. Client service was the focus. They pretty much were friends with their clients and that kind of thing. So we built the company around what we just talked about, hiring in advance and building out your client base. So it's a privately held company, 8th largest broker. Does that help you? Yes, because it gives us stability. When, as Jeff has alluded to multiple times, all of our other competitors potentially are worried about shareholders. So the Lockton family is focused on their clients. Actually, Ron Lockton also does exactly what me and Jeff do and our team and services clients. He's required to do that by the bylaws in the company, just to understand where he's not giving direction to all of us on the field with our clients. and making decisions that are impactful. So there is a brother, David Lockton, who is still kind of semi-retired chairman of the board, and then 2 other sons as well that are part of the company. So, and it's required that they all work in the company for many years before they ever take a leadership role. So it's a second generation at the moment.
Great,
Is that
thank
helpful?
you.
Any more questions?
Nope, that's good, thank you.
I'm probably going to have to ask a couple of people this one. Stacy. I highlighted this. It said leaders of public entities face accusations of wrongful acts, errors, or omissions stemming from decisions on awarding contracts, development rights, and zoning decisions. Now, am I correct that if we make a zoning decision and we get sued, our insurance does not cover that? Is that right?
It does. It depends on the type of claim, but we do, currently the county's defending you on certain claims, but sometimes it depends on the type of remedy sought in a zoning case, whether or not the insurance covers it or not.
Okay, so I guess you guys follow the same rule? It kind of depends?
Yeah, so typically the commercial market base form is going to exclude zoning claims that do not claim like a monetary demand. So if it's not claiming anything from a monetary perspective, there's not going to be coverage for that. There are endorsements that exist in the commercial market to add that coverage back. So that's just something we would do as part of our review of your coverage program to make sure that's included.
Okay.
It's definitely something the insurance company would like to exclude. So it requires some understanding of what you guys do, and it's asking and negotiating for that coverage to be included. So.
That's a serious role of commissioners, especially of
Yeah.
district commissioners, is
Yeah.
planning and zoning.
Well, we've dealt with zoning claims, so we understand.
Okay.
And we don't want to, I'm just looking here, we had some other topics that came up. I mean, COVID's a big deal. I mean, it feels like it's not as big a deal, but like a jail outbreak or we're seeing a lot of, that's an evolving area, right? I mean, just to give you an idea, in our work in this space, we actually, and this isn't to toot our own horn, it's just the nature of what we're doing. Just to let you know, give you an example, something like COVID, it's all about, there's like the presumption laws around, the firefighter cancer. We actually worked with, the Georgia Assembly. We helped create the law to put in place to give the firefighters the coverage and that program, and we actually administer it. So that's the kind of, we try to do front-end work to help the state with different areas. COVID is an unknown territory, I would say. Carriers are looking for ways to protect themselves if things get really bad. I mean, an example is and I don't want to talk the whole time. Do you want to talk a little bit? But I mean, the endorsements that they put on where they unbundle the occurrence so that you have to pay multiple deductibles. They're like, oh wait, we're in a jail and you have 30 people that, employees that are now sick with COVID, and you want to have one deductible? I don't think so. We're going to make those individual, and you have a $100,000 deductible, it goes from a $100,000 expense by the county to 30 times 100, right? So those are the kind of things we try to stay in front of and make sure we're helping our insureds. So,
Yeah, and I would just say to add to that, because of some of our other relationships, we're attending conferences and we're meeting and talking to government entities frequently. So an issue that might come up for Carroll County, more than likely it's going to be coming up in other government entities around the state or even around the nation, and that's something that we're hearing about because we're part of those boots on the ground. And the only other thing I would add is, with our work with GMA and the city perspective, we kind of have a mindset of being an advocate for government entities. It's what we do for the cities. And I think as we work on other, commercial clients, whether it's a county or another government entity, we adopt that same mindset. We are here to advocate for public entities in Georgia and, put the coverage in place that you guys need and help where we can. And I think it's just a difference in kind of how we operate because of our relationship with the pool.
One thing to piggyback off what Megan said, though, as far as we haven't talked about, competitive rates and, fees and different things with the carriers, the premiums charged, that's another place we advocate. We represent you. We have great carrier relationships with Travelers and Liberty and Brit and all those folks. We bring the best to you. We look at endorsements, exclusions. Our goal is to get the most comprehensive coverage for the most competitive rate. And if we have to change carriers, we'll do that. But that's another role. We advocate for you with the carrier markets, which at the moment are very hard. So it takes a lot of negotiations. So us being so deep in the public entity space, we know who to go to and what to do. So it's another advocacy role that helps you with budgets. So.
Okay.
So I know we're running short on time. Just one last comment. We have, one thing you also need to make sure you have access to all the insurance companies globally. We have offices internationally. We have an office in London and Bermuda and Asia. Those are all places, believe it or not, where you can go get secure insurance coverage. And we actually have boots on the ground that are part of our locked-in company. And we have carrier relationships with we're a very large insurance broker. We have contracts with everyone. So we would always be able to secure coverage for you. Maybe before we close, we sat here and talked for a long time. Is there anything from your perspective? You're going through this process. Maybe just a couple comments on what you're looking for. Or what are you guys worried about for the county?
I think my question is, and you touched on this a little bit earlier, was, maybe not exactly what is something different you can offer, but what is the difference in the quality of something that's being offered. So, there's going to be another presentation. So if you're sitting and talking to me in layman's terms, what is something that you feel that would make your company superior? At the end of the day, you've got a lot of different areas, a lot of different expertise, but what's the one thing that would make me vote for your company to work for Carroll County?
I think it's the consistency of the team that's been together. I think it's really hard to find a public sector team of 8 people that have been together for over a decade. Megan 7 years, Lindsay 16 years. You will have a hard time finding the same group of people that have worked together for that long, especially considering we're going to be doing this a long time. So that would be the one thing. I mentioned the margin. I think that's a huge differentiator, and I think having the global resources with a local kind of team that acts like an agency is also a differentiator. So I'll stop.
Something we had to handle real quick, though, as far as that goes, the compensation. That's a big piece as far as budgeting, what we get paid and how we do that. We never want to let that kind of discussion get in part of a good relationship, so that's why we kind of left that, negotiable. We're happy to look at fees, commissions, look at what the carriers are currently receiving, and work with you on what makes the most sense for y'all. We're looking to grow and scale, and so, we don't want compensation in the way of a good relationship. So that's another differentiator I would say is we're not hard and fast on anything when it comes to growing in the right way. Okay.
Who did this?
Jointly, all of us, yeah.
That's a good job right there.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'd have given you an A.
I appreciate that, yeah.
I just didn't have the page numbers memorized.
Commissioners, if there's no further questions or comments, what I'm going to do, it's right at 2 o'clock, I'm going to give us all about a 5-minute break. I believe there, and the next group starts at 2:15. Okay, so if you'll be back here in your seats at 2:12. Great, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
From our break to hear our second presentation. So Theron.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Here today we have a team from Marsh and McLennan, and at this time I will turn this over to Newton Jennings and have Newton come and introduce his team, and they'll do the presentation and field any questions the board have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Appreciate you. Chairman, fellow commissioners, on behalf of Marsh and J. Smith Lanier, I want to thank everybody for having us here today. It's an honor. I know y'all have pedaled through the selection process. Hats off to the committee. Certainly appreciate the way everybody went through the process, and again, glad to be standing in front of you today. If I can, introduce my team that I've got with us today. I'm Newton Jennings with J. Smith Lanier, Marsh. I think most of y'all know me here at the local branch in Carrollton, about 4 minutes down the road. Michael Govar from Risk Control. Some of you may have met. He's been involved with the county for probably about a decade now, and then his father before that. Lisa Dickinson from Executive Risk, everything from D&O, public law, liability, cyber, any of the executive lines of coverage. She is our resident guru in that. I'm biased, but to me, she's one of the best in the country. Tickled to death to have her on the team here in Carroll County. Angela Lee, she's our corporate claims director, so if it is claim related for Marsh, McLennan, Southeast, she touches it, she's over it. Hopefully, you really never have to see her, because typically if you do, there's a problem. Judy Lane, which probably most of you know, Judy's worked with J. Smith Lanier here in Carrollton 27 years. I think she started with J. Smith Lanier when we picked up the county, 27 years ago. We've had it that long. We were doing some homework this morning. And then Debbie Rollins is a close second, I think 25-ish years, has been involved with the county for a long time. So, this is our A-team. We hold y'all pretty close and take it pretty seriously. You've got everyone from our team here that could touch you. There's Greg Pattison, there's several people on the loss control team we rotate in and out, but this is our team. If I can, I'm going to give you a brief history on J. Smith Lanier. Won't bore you too much. Really kind of how we've evolved over the last 150 years, how we partnered with Marsh back in 2017, and why we feel like that we're a very good fit for Carroll County. I'm proud to be here. So you go back, I guess about 154 years, 1868, West Point, Georgia. J. Smith Lanier was founded by two Lanier brothers. Stayed a relatively small agency for about 100 years. Entered Smith Lanier in the 70s and 80s, brought his nephew on board, Gaines Lanier, and a gentleman named Gary Ivey that actually lived here in Carrollton for a number of years and ran the Carrollton office. Gaines and Gary, under Smith's advisement, realized that if we're going to grow the agency, then we need to add some resources to our arsenal. So what they did, a little unique, if you reverse back to the 80s, they recognized our job as placing coverage is a small part of the puzzle. So they started bringing in what we refer to today as corporate resources. The Michael Govars of the world, where I'm your broker, I place the coverage, but throughout the course of the year, what can we do that falls under the risk management spectrum to separate us from our competition, and to make you a safer workplace for your employees, whether it's your vehicles, protection on your buildings, whatever. So really, they started that, really back in the 80s, and it took off like wildfire. We sprinkled a little 13 on it, and you fast forward, 30 years, I'm going to say to, the mid-2000s, there were some firms that took notice of J. Smith Lanier as a large regional broker that had established a pretty respectable footprint in the Southeast. And we kind of pushed those offers on the table. We probably had some operations to partner before then. But in 2017, Marsh, the largest broker in the world, and still is today, had a unique perspective where they wanted to partner with middle market agencies, which is what J. Smith Lanier was, and thankfully leave them alone unless we need their help. So they partnered with us in 2017 and chose J. Smith Lanier as the platform to really run the middle market Marsh McLennan agency, throughout the Southeast. That's been 4 years ago, and obviously whenever there's that type of partnership, it can make you a little bit nervous, but hindsight, 2020, you look in the rearview mirror 4 years, it's been a wonderful partnership. So they've brought some resources at the table that we simply did not have. Marsh, again, largest broker in the world, and I think the other people you're probably talking to are right up there with us. So, you know, the good partnership, and you look at where we are today, and how we're able to bring those resources to the table. Primary ones, you know, what Debbie, Judy, and I do for you on a daily basis. You know, any of your daily maintenance, we're going to be involved on, you know, as quick as you need it. The proactive part, I'm going to let Michael Govar in just a second talk to you about keeping your fleet safe, keeping your people safe. He does a lot for you on the fleet safety, HAZWOPER training, anything you need from that regards. So the risk management side is kind of the proactive part of it, and the claim side of it is the reactive. Again, hopefully you don't need much of that. Knock on wood, we've tracked very favorably. One property claim that gave us a little bit of a hiccup a couple of months ago that we've handled appropriately, but for the most part, everything is going really, really well. So, so as we puddle through this, I'm going to let each member of my team speak a little bit. If y'all have any questions for me before I introduce them, or we can do it at the end, whatever's more appropriate for you all. Let them go ahead.
Go ahead, start you.
Yeah.
Okay. If I can, I'm going to invite Lisa Dickinson to the podium, let her talk to you a little bit about executive risk, probably primarily cyber as it's affecting municipalities in the marketplace.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to speak with you all today. Nobody ever really wants to talk about cyber, right? Let me go first and then get into the lines of coverage that hopefully you're interacting with on a more day-to-day basis. So as Newton mentioned, my name is Lisa Dickinson. I'm a 20-year insurance professional based out of the Atlanta, Georgia area. I've had the professional pleasure to serve Carroll County in the capacity as cyber broker. This is a very interesting time to serve in that capacity and to work on your behalf. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But you know, Newton, as he was providing the background, I want to, I think, hone in on why it matters that we have the history of J. Smith Lanier on one hand and the Marsh Partnership on the other hand. When we're talking about specialty lines of coverage such as cyber, for example, we don't get to be an island in one location. We need the world-class resources in a rapidly changing environment, including data analytics and loss control that is specific to cyber, separate from the work that Michael does. And the ability to be a professional with the resources of the largest brokerage in the world and work with businesses in Carroll County. I am as local, I think, as it's possible for a cyber specialist and an executive liability specialist to be, and that opportunity is afforded to me because of the unique position that our firm holds in this market space. So I obviously love my job and feel like our company is very special for that reason. But back to cyber. Cyber is, and I'm speaking about cyber. I'm happy to answer, of course, questions that the Commission has, but I bring up cyber specifically because I don't know of another, I can't think of right now another risk that has the ability to be a reputational risk, a headline-grabbing type of event that a municipality can experience in a way that a municipality of any size, any structure, never wants to experience, right? So the world of cyber is one where, of course, we have budgetary constraints and limited resources at a time where the activity and the threat actors are targeting organizations exactly like yours. And the specialization required to build the coverage that is necessary to protect you really as best that the market will allow, to find the best avenue and most judicious use of taxpayer funds in obtaining options for risk transfer, as well as working with your resources, your technical resources, your IT teams across the county to position your risk in the best possible and most accurate way. That's really the work that is done, the best work we can do as an industry for organizations such as yours. And that's the type of work that I do for municipalities throughout the Southeast. My clients include state-level municipalities. I'm the broker for 2 state-level cyber programs, as well as counties and cities, school districts, universities, and other types of publicly funded organizations as well. So I'm not sure if the commission has specific questions about cyber, but that's really what brings me here today in front of you all to talk about our resources.
What do you do on the front end to identify weaknesses and address them?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and and I can speak to the process that, as an example, that we went through this year, realizing that the insurance market shifted rapidly, in part because the threats have shifted so rapidly. We work with the appropriate level of IT professionals. I work with the appropriate level of IT professionals to understand the risk best as possible. My role as a broker in many ways is to be a translator to the insurance companies, right? And so this year that process was a lot of back and forth, very technical questions to really understand the county. I happen to be very close to earning my master's in cybersecurity from Boston College, and that type of technical background helps in those conversations. So far I've only answered your question, though, in context of the placement, which doesn't give justice to your question itself. The broader picture, higher level of proactive services, we have, for example, what we call our Cyber Resiliency Network, and it is free vendor offerings, both information security firms as well as privacy and legal resources that clients of MMA can tap into, really as somewhat of a gut check, a risk management tool and process that is available to our clients just by virtue of being our clients. And that's a relatively new offering for us in the past 12 months. We continue to make that product more robust every day. In fact, we've just added a whole nother set of vendors that handle things like multi-factor authentication, if you've had to deal with that with your own bank, for example.
Do you have any protocol by which some entity, I don't know if it would be you folks or a third party, whatever, would do some type of faux penetration and then say, oh, well, here's where things went wrong?
Yeah, and there are a lot of different opportunities for that type of I don't know that even testing is the right word, but you want confidence that the way that your dollars are spent and the staff that you have working on these matters are focusing their attention. Most of those types of resources, from my perspective in the insurance side, come best from the insurance carriers themselves because they're really your risk-sharing partner. Now, with that said, 2 of our Cyber Resiliency Network vendors offer the ability to have exactly those types of conversations with your IT team or your information security team to understand what's needed and support them in that regard.
Commissioner, it's probably worth mentioning Jacob that you brought over, and hats off to you for making the decision to bring him over from the Sheriff's Department. We worked with him extensively through the cyber rule, Lisa and I both did, and he did a wonderful job. It's a very painful process to even place cyber today, the application process. So the carriers that will access, that lease accesses, they'll, once they receive that submission, part of their underwriting screening is actually trying to tap into your network. And if they tap into your network, there's certain things, whether it's open ports, whatever the case may be, where it's a pretty quick no. And not that we were surprised, we just knew there was a little bit of changing in the guard on your IT professional. And he was a breath of fresh air, absolutely wonderful.
Integral,
So
yeah.
hats off to you, realizing the importance of putting someone in that position, because it is, today, I don't know if there's a worse claim that you can have. I mean, I say this jokingly, we don't want anything to burn down, but it's almost better to have a property loss minus the loss of life rather than experience a severe cyber event. It is life-changing from every aspect of the operation of the county government.
And those scanning services that Newton just mentioned, for example, those are services that I run before your underwriters run, so that the county is never surprised by what is found in those external, they're not penetration type scans or tests in the underwriting process.
Can you explain a little bit about the cyber loss aspect? So obviously, and I'm talking from layman's terms, you hear things all the time, we're requiring a $100,000 ransom to, release back to you what we're blocking, or from the aspect of maybe they've stolen something, or there's actual physical components of where maybe professionals have to be brought in to assist IT, I don't know. But can you give me a balance of what exactly are we insuring? Are we insuring you bring in a team of professionals if something happens to assist our IT? Or are you assisting from a monetary loss perspective, or both? And what does that look like?
Sure. So really the value proposition of cyber insurance is first, from a timing perspective, about the professional services that are brought in to mitigate, to respond to, repair, mitigate, and recover from the event. That looks like usually forensics, very, very specific computer forensics to support your team. It also includes usually legal resources so that privilege can be established outside of the organization, and you're receiving really the best possible advice that is protecting the county, whether it be from a financial perspective, reputational perspective, or otherwise. Now, more specifically, ransomware losses are absolutely driving concern in cyber in general, whether you're a cyber insurer or an organization. I wish ransom events were $100,000 or six-figure events. In the past 12 to 18 months, I don't know that I have seen an event at an organization of any type of size or prominence that has not started at least as a seven-figure ransom. They are tremendously destructive and disruptive. The ransom itself gets a little tricky now because threat actors are doing what we call a double ransom. So they're demanding whatever they're going to demand, and even if you have the backups to recover operations, they are usually telling you that they have something of value that you don't want released. And it could be anything from data that triggers a host of privacy type or contractual type issues, or it could be reputational, right? If you don't, so great, you recovered from backup, but if you don't pay us, we are going to release whatever it is that they purport to have. So there's almost no, there's no one thing that is cyber. It is the services, it is the financial, the balance sheet protection, so to speak, and it's really the team of people who are knowledgeable in managing these types of events, both within our firm, and Angela will talk a little bit more about claims in a moment, but at the carriers as well.
Thank you.
A good thing to think about, Commissioner Chance, when you're we've started explaining to people anything like property coverage, your general liability, all of those normal, say your 5 primary coverages, all of those specifically for the most part exclude cyber. So when we're talking to our clients about the need for it, we try to say, picture, there's not anything else in your insurance package that's going to respond to a cyber event. And that's specifically what that policy is built for, that loan event in the event that it happens.
In the past year, so how have you worked with IT, and have you administered a comprehensive multi-page questionnaire or something to see where gaps are, and how have you identified things in the last year?
Yeah, so really it's been driven by the underwriting process for reasons that I won't go into right now unless you'd like me to. Cyber underwriting used to be very easy. All right, you're a county, this is your revenue, this is how many citizens, here is your premium. Everything changed, and it required a technical underwriting process, and that process is what I went through with Jacob and the team here. It starts with a questionnaire, but it's so much more than just the questionnaire. It is really that understanding to the best abilities of a whole population of people who are not IT technicians, including in most cases your underwriter.
Travelers in the last years, I don't know how many people they brought in from the FBI, but the underwriters, as like Lisa said, they're not as technical as they need to be as it relates to cyber, so they've hired a significant amount of people from the FBI to help with that underwriting process, because that, prior to 21, that level of expertise just didn't exist.
Yeah, and those conversations, I don't know how often anyone likes talking about insurance, but, we have a lot more conversations, regular conversations between insurance professionals like the folks at the FBI resources that have been brought in at the carrier level, myself, and then the local team. We have to be working in concert together. The placement itself is of course very difficult, but that's almost the easy part. Working together also allows us to respond more effectively, to reap the benefits, if you will, of those policy terms and conditions should there ever be an incident or a question, and hopefully also lessen the impact of any type of potential incident that may occur, because we've been working together.
Have you worked with our current IT team?
I have, yeah.
Has a risk analysis been done of our system?
Before your renewal, from the perspective of your insurance carrier, yes, it has.
Okay.
That process took place in earlier this year, in June, I believe. And at that time, yes.
Okay.
But that's not to suggest that there's not more work to be done. This is not a one and done process. It is an ever-evolving process, because IT and cyber is not just one thing. The threats out in the world, those looking to attack you, are not one thing. Risk is not one thing. So they are ongoing.
How involved are you? So let's say that there's 4 trainings that are required. I'm just making this up out of thin air. And all of a sudden there's not proof that one of the trainings didn't happen, and there's a cyber attack. And so the carrier says, well, we're not going to cover you. We don't see where you signed off. So are you you're talking about how the market has changed so much. Are you seeing things like that where people are trying to find underlying conditions to say, well, we automatically just won't cover that? Or
yeah,
that concerns me, because you as an owner of something, you write a check and you think, okay, well, I've paid my due, right? I'm covered. But then something happens, and then all the nitty-gritty. So I'm just looking from that perspective.
Yeah, contract certainty in the insurance contract itself is incredibly important, and it's one of the reasons why only a cyber professional should ever be placing a cyber policy, right? And you want to know who that person is, and they're qualified to do so, and they're doing so on a direct basis directly with their markets, like I do, for example. But as for the adjudication of the claim process and the conversations that can theoretically potentially arise around covered or uncovered claims, that will always be a component of the role of the broker to minimize those. Now, in cyber specifically, the situations that we get into really are outside of the insurance contract itself. For example, when an organization wants to pay a ransom to a threat actor that may not be cleared, or it might be a gray area with the federal government as to whether or not that's allowed, and then there can be a question around reimbursement of that ransom payment. It does get very technical, but I can assure you that a training or the day-to-day business, if you will, of running the county, I just can't think of anything that would, off the top of my head, that would cause the contract certainty to be in question from that perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We've had several questions about claims, so if there are no other questions for me, I'd like to turn it over to Angela Lee.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Angela Lee, and I am the Regional Claims Director for MMA Southeast, based out of our Johns Creek, Atlanta office. I lead a team of 35 claims professionals that are across the region, across 20 offices within the region. Judy Lane is our local contact here at Carrollton. She is a senior claims analyst, been with us for 27 years, a truly valued member of our claims team, and it's awesome to have that local resource for you guys. In addition to the 35 members that we have within our region, across MMA, we also have access to 160 additional claims resources. And so across the country, there's going to be folks that have varied specializations and expertise that we can tap into. And in addition to the MMA group, we also have resources within Marsh to be able to go to Marsh McLennan Companies to be able to tap into certain resources and expertise as needed related to claims issues that may arise. So a big part of my role, in addition to like the management oversight that I have over the team, is to really be involved on a day-to-day basis for the complex negotiations and also facilitating resolutions on behalf of our clients related to claims issues and concerns. So, like Newton mentioned, I always get the reception of, okay, she's a really nice person, but you don't want to have to talk to her all the time, right? That's the unfortunate reality of claims. No matter what you guys do, you can do everything absolutely correct. Claim scenarios are going to happen. But the big part of our role is to be able to partner with you and to hold your hand throughout the entirety of the claims process. And that's from start to finish, from the claims notification. We take the time to review the claim scenario or the litigation documents or whatever we need to review to give you the recommendations as to these are the policies that need to be notified. This is how we should draft the claim notice, right? So that always providing that guidance, right, from the onset. And that process goes through the entirety and the resolution of the claim. So we are involved from the start to finish until you get that payment. And we're going to work on your behalf to make sure that you get that maximum recovery that should be on the policy based on the terms. The reality is there's going to be times where the carrier is going to take an adverse position with respect to coverage, right? And the one thing that Lisa mentioned was talking about with ransomware payments. That's something that we find often where, because you're kind of in the heat of the moment and you want to hurry up and try to get that issue resolved and you pay that payment without the carrier's involvement. Those types of issues, we have to try to walk that back, right? And so a big part of our role is also to say, these are the red flags. These are kind of the potholes that you could fall into. Do not take these steps, and kind of provide the guidance and to kind of steer you the right way so that you can get that the most recovery under the policy. We take a very collaborative approach with respect to claims. I am constantly in communications with Lisa or the production group or other folks within our claims team, and so that we're looking at it as a holistic perspective, right? And so, claims, our involvement, and so me in particular, my background has always been on the executive risk and cyber line. So, if I'm 20 years career in claims specifically, a huge portion of that was actually at the carrier level. So I worked for Travelers and Beasley prior, but a big part of that, I think that it brings a unique perspective when you have, and a lot of our team members actually have experience from the carrier level, and it brings a nice, unique perspective in how we approach the claims process, because we're already kind of ahead of, we know what the carrier is going to think, we know what questions they're going to ask, we know what the red flags are going to be, and we can steer you and provide you that guidance in advance of actually moving forward with that claim, so that, again, we can get the best result. And so, a big part of it is the advocacy aspect. If there is a denial or an adverse position that may be issued, we're going to be there to draft, a coverage pushback, figure out where are the gray areas that we can argue for coverage. Is there any case law that we can fight on your behalf? There are going to be times maybe coverage counsel will be needed, but the majority of the time, the arguments are really based on a coverage and a policy language issue that we can step in and assist you with. And there's issues that come up on a daily basis to defense counsel engagement, issues related to rates, right? So that's always something that's been a fight for a lot of carriers. And so to be able to negotiate the highest rate possible, to be able to get approval for certain firms. I know you guys work with Tyson Vance, so that's not an issue for that one. But, and also working closely with our producers to figure out, is there any opportunities at renewal? We also have involvement for policy review language. We'll step in and make recommendations. Hey, with this particular endorsement, maybe you should word it this way instead. So again, it's a very collaborative process, and we're very proud of the resources that we have locally across the nation. So we really think that we're a world-class claims group, but you have that local touch. And so we're always a resource available to you at all times. So I'll stop for a minute to see if you guys have any questions. I know we had a lot of cyber questions, but is there anything else that you would wanted to discuss with specific to claims?
I guess I'm a big appreciator of numeric metrics, so I'll kind of ask a bottom line question here, and maybe Mr. Jennings would be the one to answer this. But I know, what was it, a year and a half ago, thereabouts, we met, and there was valid, legitimate concern about, and I don't know what the insurance terminology is, but in other words, our risk score, the loss ratio score, whatever, and it was, let's just say, at 92 or something, and anything above a 30 or something way less.
Memory's good.
Okay.
That's exactly.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. So what I wondered is, if you could, I know you've had the policy for a few years, but could you give us, where that score has been and where it is now? It started at 92, and then it got down to 80, and now we're at 40, or, what's the history there that?
Yeah, no, if you had to look at that, if you date back about 2 years ago, Commissioner Reynolds.
Yeah, come to the podium.
Yes, sir.
So if you back that up about 2 years ago, to use that example of 92, and Commissioner, I didn't bring those numbers with me. My memory's not perfect, but I'm going to say we're somewhere in the mid-60s right now. And if you took and that was as of, say, 7/1. If you took a snapshot of that, we did have an instance at the gymnasium. This is going to be it'll end up being a several $100,000 loss, which may take that ratio up a little bit. But overall, you're expected to have some of those property claims. There's no negligence. That claim, it was a water intrusion, something got clogged in the gutter. That's really what you buy insurance for. Mm-hmm. The ones that I don't mean to get too far off the topic of your question, the ones that we really try to put a Band-Aid on or throw medicine on are the ones that you can't prevent from happening, specifically y'all's auto claims, because that market right now is just upside down. So knock on wood, we're 5 months into your policy period, but very little activity on that line of coverage. And we need a couple of good years on that line of coverage. Now, Whether you call that a coincidence, I do like to believe, I think the more we get our safety people involved and keep our safety people involved, that it's like a barge, it's a slow, you've got to change that culture to how your people think. Not throwing anyone, it's like today I saw, one of the vehicles there, you got a driver with a cell phone. I mean, one of the advantages of being local, you see somebody with a cell phone in their hand, while they're operating a vehicle. Those are the type things you want your employees to think about that before they do it, right? So, and that over time is going to reduce claims, which is going to take that loss ratio in a more favorable position. To put a number on that, I would tell you somewhere in the mid-60s how that property claim is going to affect it. I could get that number for you. I don't have it exact today, but hopefully that answers your question. And if I can, while I'm up here, to give Angela's team credit and to put what she told you over about the last 10 minutes in real life perspective, your neighbors to the southeast, Cayuga County, had a very large windstorm claim that was handled by our firm. Large public entity. The same company that we placed Carroll County with is on that claim. It's the largest loss they've ever, believe it or not, this is Liberty's big company, but this is the largest public entity claim that they've ever had, excess of $20 million. The value, I believe, as a local resource, and I don't mean to take advantage of that word, but we are local, and we're blessed to be part of a really big firm that has a footprint right here in Carrollton, Georgia. But when that storm hit, and the damage that it did within 30 hours, we had 19 people mobilized. We had that entire campus, circled with a fence. And since then, we've had weekly meetings every week to get things back on track. In October, there was a I'm going to say a lunch and dinner held that was, partly facilitated by us just to thank everybody, at our client for, everybody chipped in, blood, sweat, tears, whatever, it was there. And, you take Kenneth Grace that ran point on that, David Beckwith on Angela's team, it would have been very hard to have that type of involvement not being close. And the unique thing about, I'm going to say, J. Smith Lanier Marsh, MMA, I don't think there's another national firm that has taken the approach that they have. You don't find, your top 5 firms with offices in Carrollton, Georgia, right? You're gonna come out of Atlanta, you're gonna come out of Nashville, you may come out of Birmingham. But what's unique about us, we have a lot of offices in relatively smaller towns compared to Atlanta. Noonan, Carrollton, Albany, Waycross, Opelika, which I personally like that because I get to live in Carrollton, and nothing against Atlanta, but I choose Carrollton as my home. So, and you've got 22 people sitting 4 miles from here, most of which touch Carroll County's account in some form or fashion. So, a little bit off topic from your question, but I just want to take the opportunity to say that as it relates to a large claim like that. Hopefully you'll never see her, but in the event that you experience that, you're going to be darn glad she's part of your team.
Some of the questions that I have is, what do you, since you're the incumbent and have held the account with Carroll County for many years, what are some of the accomplishments that you feel that your firm has been able to make stride, no matter what it is, whether it's training or whether it's helping to reduce claims? I don't know what it would be, but being the incumbent, what do you feel like your company has been able to build or return back to Carroll County by being the incumbent?
You want to take that?
Sure.
So, yeah, and that's, Commissioner Chance, great question. I sat down with Judy today and Bobby Stewart, which y'all know it, and I was drilling down on anything that was not resolved from the claim side over the last, close to 30 years. And thankfully, there was not one thing that came up from when the courthouse flooded and the records were damaged, and it's been 10 plus years ago. From our perspective, there's not been a claim that has happened that we have not jumped in and did everything we can to resolve that. So I do from my perspective, you buy insurance to mitigate the damage of claims, right? So I look at that, and I do recognize that as an accomplishment, because I don't think there's anything that we really walked away from with a black eye. Now, you look at what we do on the risk management side, what Mr. Govar is going to talk to us about in just a moment. You know, that we really hang up. We want you to use him. There's not a separate invoice for him, because the more you utilize him, the easier my job is, quite frankly. Because if you're doing what he tells you to do, typically your loss ratio is going to be better, and I can use that to advertise to the carriers out there that that Carroll County is doing what they need to do to maintain a safe workplace and to properly protect their assets. So, does that halfway answer your question?
Sure.
Okay. Any questions for Angela on claims? I'm just trying to be respectful. I know we have an hour, so I don't want to. 18 and a half minutes. Michael Govar, risk management.
Before I go into my background, I'll give you a little more on your question you just had. Recent wins are things that are just really new. I would say that the reduction in auto accidents, in claims, I think has been, I'm not going to take all the credit for that, but I think we deserve a little bit of it. We've been very active with your safety committees, with everybody there. We've done a lot on the training side, whether that's online, in person. You've done a lot of stuff internally to help that as well, obviously. Backup cameras have been part of that decision, and implementation and review as well, and making sure the policy is good, written programs. So there's been a lot of, I think, and that's just recent wins. We can go obviously further back if we need to. Does that answer a little more?
There's not a right or wrong answer. It's whatever you want to answer.
Yeah, that's at least some recent ones, I think, from my end at least. And then my background and experience, as Newton mentioned earlier, I'm Michael Govar. I'm out of Columbus, but like you said, we're all pretty close to you, and I'm here fairly regularly. Anyways, I'm a AVP of our Southeast Risk Control. Just in terms of the county, like you mentioned, I'm a second generation, I guess, Govar to work with the county in risk control. Second generation CSP, which is Certified Safety Professional. So like any professional job, we got different certifications there. You can do a little research on that one. From MMA's setup, we got 100 consultants just in risk control nationwide. We obviously have, I don't know how other brokers do it, but we have pretty good communications internally in systems where if it's something I don't have access to or I don't know the answer to, which I don't know everything, we can send stuff out to them, and that's 100 people nationwide that have access to different experience, different degrees of background and knowledge that we can tap into. Locally, just in the Southeast, we have 8 consultants in risk control. You've got 2 on your account. You've got me and Greg Pattison, who has a wealth of experience as well. Both of us have been in and active in the account, and anybody that's been to a safety committee meeting, I would say recently, has probably met us. I think we got one coming up in like a week or 2, maybe. So yeah, other than the just kind of generic setup there, I did want to just share some generic resources that we have. Those are going to be on the 2 handouts that we have. Really looking at things, even going forward, and ideas for additional services like Newton mentioned. If we're fortunate enough to keep this going, we can talk about some additional things in that regard. But looking at written programs, written safety programs, reviewing what you have in place, which that's already underway, but definitely is something we have available for you. Samples of those, whether that's through our client portal system that I'll talk about in a minute, or things that just any of us have developed and kind of made over the years. We have a lot of that available for you. If you ever want to get real detailed on loss analysis and trending, obviously we looked at that from the auto, but we can really drill down into that. We can take that to another level if you want with some benchmarking, whether that's a peer-to-peer thing. From like an OSHA side, we look at industry classification, not really on the fleet side, but there's a lot of different benchmarking options we have, and some access that we have through Marsh and MMA as well. So look at that side. And then any kind of carrier services, we can coordinate those for you, or if the carrier comes out and has some recommendations, we assist with the response with those, or if it's something we don't think is fair, potentially, those are typically property related in my experience, then we can help you navigate that response and get a fair outcome for you. Compliance side, you're going to be exempt from that, but we use it as a best practice. Everybody on our team is going to be OSHA trainer, outreach trainer, so 10, 30-hour OSHA courses. But if you ever have questions on, hey, what's the best practice for this? I know we've worked with Charles a little bit in the past, but that's something we're all very versed in, whether it's OSHA or DOT compliance. Rest would be really online and in person, so we've got some safety training resources that you're taking advantage of. Those would be in person and online. Our pro driver course is something we've done for a number of years for you, and I think it's been pretty successful. Online side, there's a couple sample pages that you see with just sample course lists. That would be everything from HR to safety related courses. I think we have like 250 in each list of courses, or plus those are updated regularly in all BLR content, if you want to know where it's coming from. But then we also have some additional things we could look at going further if you wanted, where we can do some customized things specific for Carroll County that we can upload, directly for you, rather than that generic side. So we've got some options in that regard. And then our other big online resource that you have access to and are set up on is XyWave client portal. Tons of documents, written programs, toolbox topics. You're already getting some of those through distributions from our risk control group that are basically every week you're getting either a regular toolbox or a fleet safety that alternates by email, and that's always available. But that XyWave system has more on-demand things, or you can always reach out to us for on-demand questions or consultation as well. The one thing that does have that I can't help you with is the HR side. But that XyWave system does have a newer thing in there with an HR hotline that I think is pretty good, because I get a few HR questions periodically that I can't help people with, and I don't like to leave somebody without an answer or some kind of resource. So that's a pretty good resource that I've found that people have been taking advantage of. Any questions for me? I know I've covered a pretty good amount fairly quickly, but I don't want to run out of time.
I guess my only thing is I'm just sitting here hearing presentations about what y'all can do and what is available, but as our agency for several years, I would really instead like to hear what you have done and how things have improved, and why we don't want to go with somebody else because of the improvement that you've been able to achieve.
I apologize. I was told not to talk too much about past services initially, and that it was straight capabilities.
That would be true for a new broker, but you've been around, and I'd like to hear something about, this is all we've accomplished, so please don't go to somebody else because we've accomplished so much, and so far I haven't heard anything you've accomplished.
I think
rather than, instead of, other than the score has come down some, so.
I think we hit some earlier, so I would say every safety committee meeting we're a part of, either myself or Greg Pattison have been at those, or both of us. I think that's a huge thing to get involved with those county heads at every department, getting access to them, and then they know, hey, we can reach out to you directly, whether it's Bud or Charles. We have things set up with them directly as well. But I could send you a stewardship report of, detailed what we've done exactly. But those meetings, I would say written program reviews. We've looked at your safety program and reviewed that. The fleet safety, like I mentioned, we've done in-person pro driver training for you. Our second set of trainings was delayed. That was on the county side, not on our side. I think it was chosen to delay because we didn't have enough participation, I believe. But that's, we can definitely schedule that again, obviously. And then, like I mentioned, we have the online side, which I think more people did use because of the delay that was there. And then, like I mentioned, we mentioned the backup cameras. So things that have been in place really on my end have been largely fleet related. And I think that was a huge win. I haven't been regularly involved, but I was at the safety committee meeting where we discussed also your training center that is possibly going in as well.
What about some evaluation of, we talked before about, Montrell, you know more about this than I, but from your transportation, but cameras and that kind of thing in the fleet, have we evaluated how that might benefit, and have we done any of that to get our fleet coverage in better shape?
Well, I think those backup cameras were the big one.
Now, what's backup cameras? Just looking in the back, see where you might be going in reverse?
Yeah, because we have
Okay.
you had a large amount of reverse and backing issues, which isn't uncommon. That's the most common auto issue that we see. But the regular cameras we have discussed, that's a larger cost that's there. But that's something that we'll look at for going forward if you want to do it. Does that answer?
So, not to take up some of your time, so Donna, detract from me. I've been making notes from this presentation and the previous presentation. Because I did the day-to-day business, it's always hard sometimes to tell you what's going on.
Yeah.
So I've made some notes to let you know what the county has been doing that y'all had some concerns about. So we'll address those shortly.
But yeah, largely heavily focused on auto. We've done everything from the written program to in-person training, and like I mentioned, we have had some available classes that have been canceled, but we can definitely look at doing as much or as little on a schedule as y'all would like to.
And Commissioner, if I can just add to Michael's point for a moment, it is, I know I opened it up when I said we've been your broker for 27 years, but being here that long, obviously people rotate out, commissions rotate out. If you look and the market changes, right? But if you look at, specifically the last, 3 to 5 years, when Chairman Smith, and really I'm going to give Chairman Morgan a lot of credit, sometimes, and y'all a lot of credit, recognize the fact that there is a temperature. There have been, I can assure you, there's been times over the last couple of decades where we had very little involvement within the county. Not trying to give ourselves a black eye, but you go back 12 years, there may not have been a need for us. The auto market was soft. There's not a need for a whole lot of loss control. Rates are dropping. But as temperatures pick up, people typically, throw resources wherever there's a problem. So, and that's really where we've been for the last 4 to 5 years in the auto market. And y'all have been a lot more engaging. And just, I got it, I'm trying to pat myself on the back, but I got involved 3 years ago. I'm very driven on, throwing resources at our client base. Because again, I will reiterate, it does make my job easier if you listen to what our team tells you in that regard. So, are we doing more today or the last 5 years than we did 15 years ago? I don't know, Debbie, you may be better at answering that question than I am. I would like to believe so, but the commission is also much more engaged now than they probably were years ago. And hats off to y'all for recognizing that. We can't force him in here. We can say, hey, he's available to come in here. We can make him available, but unless y'all let him in the safety committee meetings, there's not a, you got to let him in. And hats off. Y'all have let them in, and we appreciate that.
Yeah, and I think since our last meeting where I was here, that's been our kind of setup, is be engaged in person at the safety committee meetings and get to know those department heads even more. Obviously, I had a pretty good relationship with, I would say, Bud and Charles were the main two that I knew, but I've got to know pretty much everybody on there now.
What is your client to representative ratio? So where's the threshold? And I don't expect you if you don't know the exact number, but where is the threshold of saying, hey, we have a team that can adequately handle the amount of business we have, or hey, we're not going to take on new clients because we don't have the personnel for it. Give me an idea about the structure of your company with regards to that.
Yeah, Mr. Chance, it's a great question. We have those internal discussions literally almost on a daily basis. I've got to get with Angela on that after this meeting, because we have been fortunate to grow, and we need, we're like everybody else, we're all looking for good people. We're fortunate to be in a position where we're not we are meeting our clients' need and hopefully exceeding our clients' needs. There's not a gap in service right now, but it's like I don't need to bring somebody on my team today, but I've pre-approved a position in case the right person comes along, because if you look at our numbers, knock on wood, we'll continue to grow, we'll continue to build our client base. So to answer the ratio, it's, we look at that and say, hey, are we stretched too thin? Are we working too many hours? We all put in our fair share of time, but I would tell you we're in a pretty comfortable place right now, but we're always looking for good people. I mean, especially on his team and on Angela's team. And yes, she can hire 2 cyber people right now, just in her little unit, and it would not be enough. That part of our business has just been, think about it. we weren't talking about cyber 3 years ago. We were talking about it, but there was no real attention. It probably consumed 65% of my workload in 2021 just because the uptick in cyber claims. If you look at, let's just say there's 10 coverages, using round numbers, that we place for Carroll County. We worked as much on cyber this year as we did on all of those other coverages. As crazy as that sounds, it's real. So.
Yeah, I can tell you, I don't know about claims. I know we're always looking for people. And I think y'all even met one of our more recent hires, Hunter. So we're regularly adding people and looking at those account setups, definitely. Any more questions for me on the risk control side, or I guess anybody else on the team? Any closing comments you want?
So I think Donna just held up the three fingers. That was for us and for y'all. 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yeah, I think that was more of a assigned to us, 3 minutes.
Thank you for your time. I'll turn it over
For our questions, so.
Any other general questions for me?
Last question I would have is, we're obviously going to have to vote on a broker. What are you able to provide or to continue to provide, or new services to provide, of why we would want to continue our relationship? What's the one main thing that I would need to home in on, or why I would want to continue to have your company a part of Carroll County?
Commissioner Chance, I hate to play the local card, but I'm gonna throw that out there right now. You've got the largest firm in the world with an office 4 miles from the courthouse. With resources, we're biased. We're gonna say we don't believe anybody can match. I've got an A team here. The people 4 miles, we work here, we play here, our kids go to school here. The water intrusion claim right down the road, Bobby Stewart and I were on the road. We know your contractors. We have a working relationship with your law firm. And all of those relationships are good. So if you look at, what separates us, if I had to guess, the firm that I'm not sure exactly who that firm was, but they're likely a national firm just like we are. And they're probably really good at what they do, if I had to guess, just like we're going to argue that we are. The biggest difference is, we have a footprint, right around the corner from you. And I think that's a huge advantage for Carroll County. And again, we have to do our job. Being local is not enough. We know we've got to get it done on a daily basis for you. We recognize that. But, to use one of, I was reading bios on everybody, and I was, not to get too cliche, but if you look at Commissioner Lee's bio, he references that, I'm going to paraphrase it, I may mess it up a little bit. He basically says everybody, as part of the community, we all need to work together as a family to make sure we get our goal accomplished. Again, not to be too cliche, but we truly, we feel like that. If something happens, and we write business all over the United States, but if you call me, if Montreal calls me, Commissioner McClendon calls me on something, we're gonna take that call whether it's before 8 or after 5. And we take that pretty serious, and we, I guess kind of in closing, we appreciate the relationship we've had with Carroll County, for the last several decades. Do not take that for granted whatsoever. And we appreciate the consideration that y'all have to make a vote on picking someone moving forward. And we respect that decision, and we're gonna do everything we can to keep the business and continue to earn our keep, so to speak. Thankful for it.
Thank you.
Did I go over?
Thank you. Commissioners, it's 3:15, and we've got the rest of our agenda, but I would go ahead and give you maybe 5 to 10 minutes to take a quick break. So how about 3:25, we'll start this meeting back. I'm now going to call the meeting back to order. I'm going to ask Theron Gay to come up and do some closing, please.
Where is everybody?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank y'all again for allowing me to be part of the process here today. I think y'all heard from two companies this afternoon that are certainly very well qualified to be able to provide the service to the county. Both of them, of course, have full access to the insurance market. They are very, very large companies. And, I think at this point it comes down to a matter of what the board feels like each team can bring to the table based on their presentation, and which team you feel like can do the best service for the county and work with the county staff. That's an important aspect as well. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you guys have, or if there's questions in the interim after you have time to think about it, going back through everybody here, Donna, I'll be happy to answer any questions that the board may have, and but I'll be happy to entertain anything now. And again, I thank the committee that you guys appointed. They did a great job, and I think that process worked very well. So I'll be happy to answer any questions the board has.
Mr. Gay, with regard, I know we focused a lot on the actual services that they would be able to provide the county and didn't look so much at the monetary portion of their cost of their services. But I'm assuming that what we would do, and whoever we chose, we would approve that, and then that would be someone contingent, if you will, on additional negotiations to see if the fee structure then is something that we would be acceptable to. Would that be correct?
That is correct, Commissioner. And I would imagine that the fees are going to be very close. In the overall scheme of things, the fee you pay the broker is only just a minuscule amount of what the insurance is going to cost you. But I think you could do that. You could look at a straight fee, or you can look at a fee plus commissions. And I think you also could put a not to exceed dollar amount in there too. And we discussed that, I think, in our conversations with them, and they were willing to do that. So yes, I think you pick the best firm that you want, and then you sit down and negotiate those fees, and you set that forth, and then you have a new member of your team to be able to go and approach the various markets, and they can approach every market and come back with the best price and best service for the county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank you, Theron, and I guess I'll also thank my fellow commissioners and chair for going forward with implementing this type of RFP process or whatever, because it was, in my view, somewhat of an atrocity that we hadn't had some systematic RFP process before. So thanks for doing that. And I think it's a very necessary thing. And thanks for your involvement in setting that out and helping us through that process and being part of a guide to the committee and so on. So,
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to say that regardless of which one we select, I think the way I view our duty is for the 670 county employees who are local, and they're local no matter what firm we go with. So I just want to get the best service for them. So.
Absolutely. That is the goal, and I appreciate it. As always, I enjoy working with you guys, and I'll be back. I think this is back on the agenda for the 7th. I'll be back that evening. In the meantime, any questions, if you'll get with Donna, and we'll get together, and I'll get those answered for you guys, okay?
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
So, Commissioners, what I would like to suggest, and Theron and I discussed this too, is if you have questions that you think of tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, would you please email them to Donna? And Donna will work with Theron on getting the answers from both companies. Rather than us reaching out to them, it's best if we keep the system, professional and through the Board of Commissioners office. So then when Donna has all the answers and the questions, she can send them all back to us, because I've already got like one or two myself. So I think that'll work for y'all. But if you'll think of them by Monday, possibly around noon, that will give her time and the companies to respond. So I do want to follow up on a couple things because it has nothing to do with the company we have or the company we're going to be getting. There were some things that came up that I realized in day-to-day business, it's hard to tell you everything that goes on. So there was a lot of questions about IT. So I'm glad Jacob is here in the back that we can brag on you once again. We did one of the carriers did require MFA. which I always thought was a Master's of Fine Art. I've now learned it's multi-factor authentication. So we had, a week and a half's notice that we need to get that done, Jacob, and he got that taken care of. He and his team got that taken care of with the county employees and with any kind of equipment we have. So I do want y'all to know the county is doing that. The other thing I wanted to let you know is that he is currently working on, he's already brought me some information, brought it to Alicia, and working with Donna. He's looking at some companies that, for the best way to describe it, that we hire that will then come in and see how hackable we are. Is that I don't know if that's the best way to describe it, but if you want to come forward right quick, because I'm messing that up. I wanted y'all to know the county is doing work every day. I want you to know, just beside whoever the carriers are, the brokers are, and staff is doing a great job on some of those.
What we're looking for is companies that will try to phish us, attack us in a way that we can see that, to open up the vulnerabilities that we have or have not, and they can best look at that and tell us ways to protect us from it. So, whatever they do as far as our email or try to penetrate us or whatever, they work with us and my team to say, hey, this is your vulnerabilities, this is what we'll make better. So
we will be bringing that to y'all in the next several months. So we do have a plan there. So I wanted to just check a few boxes that y'all had some concerns on. Another one was, there is a safety committee. We do it through ACCG. There again, another one of our carriers requires us to do certain things. So we do these. And I invited J. Smith Lanier to be a part of the safety committee, because there were things they don't know we're doing unless they're on hands with us. So they've been very gracious to send Michael or Greg to attend the meetings, and I would expect whoever our new broker is, I would expect that same service. But we have been talking about vehicle cameras. We got a grant for those, and the cameras are here, and we're working currently with the county attorneys on a policy concerning the cameras in the vehicle. So I want to let you know that was another thing. The county is doing some things. We talked about classes. We have been working with HR and through some of the wellness classes that are available online through the current broker and through our carriers, and we've been doing some of those in the wellness emails. And the other one was, we have actually been doing some classes as far as distracted driving. We've had some of those physically in the building. I think the last time we did was close to 100 employees have done a distracted driving class, and I know the Sheriff's Department does their own. So we're really checking a lot of boxes off to assure that we do the best as county employees to ensure that our bills are low to protect the citizens with their tax dollars. So those were a couple things I made notes on that y'all had mentioned. So I just wanted you to know that the county is doing their share, is doing their part. So let me move on to the next thing. So I'm now going to call on our Finance Director, Alicia Searcy, to present our financial update for the month ended October 31st.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We ended October with $19,366,000 in revenue. That accounts for 32.7% of our budget. Last year, at the same time, we were at $16,977,000. Our expenditures are $19,115,000, which is 32.34% of our budget. Last year we were at $18,233,000. Our fund balance is maintaining the same level that we've maintained from year to year, and our cash balances, we've got an adequate cash balance for what ACCG recommends. We've still, in our cash, we've still got about $3.4 million that we've committed to spend at the end of last year. Some of these are projects that are going to take some time. We have spent some of that down, but and other parts of it are getting new department heads in place and getting them letting them know that this money's available for their departments. As far as revenue's concerned, we're right in the middle of our property tax collections. So at the end of October, we had collected, as far as property taxes were concerned, about 8.1%. At the end of November, which I haven't produced the financials for, but I went ahead and looked at that, we're at 52.9%. At the end of last November, we were at 53.7%. So we're running a little bit behind last year, but I think that at the end of the day, we're going to be fine. Sales tax in October was up 7% over year-to-date over October a year ago year-to-date. And license and permits are still running very strong. So as long as we continue to see those building permits moving at a pretty high rate, I think that supports that our economy's still moving at a good pace. I try to keep an eye on that to keep a feel on whether something's turning south or whether we're still headed in a good direction. I think for now we're headed in a good direction. The courts are doing a great job of working on backlog. Our fine fees and forfeitures are up about 25% over last year. So I know last year we didn't have as much volume through the court system because of COVID and not being able to open the courthouse up. But once they've opened it up, they're doing a really good job of getting cases processed. I know there's still a big backlog, but I think they're working on it as hard as they can. One thing I'd like to note, our SPLOST receipts for October completed the funding for our debt service for FY22. So now Villarica and us can start getting some money in our projects account, which we had the bond funding, so we've been able to spend some money out of the 21 SPLOST. But having that debt service met, then we start to accumulate some money in our projects account. So you'll see that change in November as those financials come out. That's the highlights.
I just want to say that the report looks good. The budgeting it's always been good, but it gets better and better each year that you've been at the helm. I know you've been at the helm not a lot, but you continue to learn as you're talking about watching things. And so anyways, I just wanted to commend you on the job that you're doing with the reports. And this is one of the only months we haven't sat down and talked a lot. Not that there's ever a problem, but the report is very much in line. And so thank you for your efforts.
Thank you for acknowledging that.
Okay, we'll now move into the review and discussion of items for the December 2nd Board of Commissioners meeting. The first thing I need to do is go ahead and request, at least go ahead and tell you, I'm going to be amending the agenda because of some timely issues that came up before or right after we posted the agenda. The first one will be to add a request for annexation into the city of Carrollton. That'll be at item 11.6. It's a request for the annexation of parcels 134-0339 and number 134-0049, located on Spring Road into the city of Carrollton for development of a 122-lot residential subdivision. The applicant is McDowell & Associates, and this is in Commission District 4. The county has 30 days to determine if it wants to object to the proposed annexation. This item will be presented by the Community Development Director, Ben Skipper, so therefore it's a timely event that will not happen before our next meeting. The second change I'm about to pass out to y'all, and again, we will review it later on. It'll be 11.7. Christy, if I get my numbers wrong, I apologize, and we'll fix those tomorrow. We'll have this updated tomorrow. The second change is an ACCG. They've asked for a resolution. It's a supporting reform to the Georgia's annexation dispute resolution law. So there again, that is a timely one that just came by email a couple days ago. So that will be added to the agenda for Tuesday night, but we will discuss it shortly. And the third change to the agenda is we will be deleting 10.4. It's an intergovernmental agreement with the Carroll County Water Authority for the North Carroll Water Project. I have spoken with Matt Wyndham, and we are still working out a few more details, so we'll present this at a future meeting. So that's the 3 changes that tomorrow's agenda, when we send it to you, will reflect those three things. So at this time, I'm going to call on our Chief Judge, John Simpson, to present the item 10.1, the Judicial Branch State of Georgia ARPA grant request for consideration.
So thank you. We are going to submit an ARPA grant request, and the window opens January 1 through January 15. And this is a part of the Recovery Act, and we want to ask Carroll County to administer the grant for the Coweta Circuit. And Carroll County will be entitled to 10% of the grant for being the fiscal agent. So we will try to fulfill some critical legal needs with it. For example, getting senior judges to handle the civil cases in our Superior Court so we can hammer the criminal cases. We have a backlog on criminal cases. And if our experienced Superior Court judges could just focus exclusively on those cases for a time, we would make a lot of progress. So that, and also looking at some potential salary supplements, temporary salary supplements for some crucial employees who have performed very well during the pandemic. The grant is not completed at this point, but it'll be along those lines of improving our criminal justice system. And I think that probably 500,000. So the grant, Carroll County has to foot the first month, and then they are reimbursed. So just to make a safe limit, I would say $500,000. I don't think it would be that much, but just to put it there so we've got a number and we don't have to keep coming back and dealing with it over and over. And there's also the ability to amend the grant should we need to do that. So any questions?
Judge Simpson, I have a question. A lot of times, the commission, we talk about the courts, we are also, a lot of topic of conversation is always the public defender's office and the DA's office, and making sure that we're trying to supplement both of those adequately. Not that everything runs through the public defender's office, but making sure, looking at the caseloads, that we're not giving to one and not the other equally. In this, can you give us any idea of what you think would those offices benefit in some manner as well, or is it only focusing on the judge side of the court system?
Well, the presentation of the Chief Justice and Justice Boggs told us we should not hire permanent employees.
Okay.
So I don't think that's the focus of the grant, is to deal with serious felony cases. But yeah, I agree with you when you say you give something to the DAs or the PD. You have to do both sides or you're not really getting anywhere. Right. Now, Coweta County, for example, they have asked for an ADA and a public defender. The public defenders are not included in this. I originally made a mistake in the grant. I was going to give salary supplements to DAs and PDs. And then I read it more carefully and I saw PDs are not eligible in this. So I couldn't just give it to the DAs. So I had to back up on that. That's a part of the debate that's going on in our internal discussion is the DAs have made a substantial request, but the PDs got one PD, and that's all they got. So if we get an ADA and you want to match both sides equally, which is what we need to do, it would have to come from you. All of that would have to come from you. Now, Coweta County, it is my understanding, Mr. Cranford has represented to me, that they are saying that they will carry forward with the funding of the ADA and the PD after the grant is finished. They'll absorb those costs into their budget. So far as I'm aware, that's the only county who has said that they would do that. So this is a discussion that's going on of what do? We don't have anything available to the PDs. And I don't want to put on your back having to match a PD to an ADA in order for it to be effective. And so, I mean, that's a matter for the commission to take up. I mean, if you want to have ADAs that you would pick up at the end of this, you know, it's about $100,000 or so. But after the grant's over, it would be strictly on your back. And I have told them, you know, if you do hire people in this grant, make it clear to them, you know, you're not guaranteed a job for any more than the 3-year period of this grant. But yeah, if you can help with that, let us know. That's a discussion that's going on. The DAs have made a substantial request in it for personnel.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So,
Yes.
Your Honor, just to be clear, so you could get like a temporary ADA,
Yeah.
okay, with the understanding that he's only going to be working until the caseload comes down.
Right.
But
Well,
then,
yeah. Mhm.
okay, but then we would have to come up with the money for the public defender's office because you can't do that under this grant.
Right. The PDs, they're in a different branch of government. And they did apply, and they did get a grant of 1 public defender. And they have placed that public defender in Coweta County.
Oh.
And so the DAs requested 1 from this grant, and I've committed to Mr. Cranford, we'll give him that 1. And Coweta County is going to take over the funding of both of those positions at the end of the grant period.
But we wouldn't be required to do that.
No, you're not required to do it. I mean, Coweta County committed to do it.
Is the backlog such, Judge, that, I guess, for at least well, 2 questions. Is the backlog such that for the 3-year period, we could obtain funding through the grant for what the ADA wants or close to it or whatever, and then that backlog would go down, and therefore we wouldn't need to continue after the 3 years? And the second part of the question is the backlog such that the ADA does need something that isn't necessarily met on the public defender side? In other words, I don't know exactly how things operate, so do we need to keep the ratio 1 to 1 to 1?
I would say yes. I would say these 2 sides should be matched equally. I mean, the theory is you come in and you have a clash of 2 equal sides, and that's the way that you get the best justice. If one of them is overfunded, they'll smash the other side. I think this is the big discussion that's been going on, and separate people come in and request budget items from you. I have a little bit different. I wish we had a unified budget system where somebody came in and told you holistically the criminal justice system about the PDs, the DAs, the judges, the court reporters. What impact are we having on the sheriff's office? What's going on at the jail? Is the jail overcrowded? You know, we give out orders for our deputy sheriffs to go get people from prisons. And it's quite a burden now. They go to the far corners of South Georgia to get somebody and bring them back. And sometimes not much happens with it. If you look at our technology systems, every one of us has a different technology system, which I don't know how we would have designed a system to have done worse, really. I really think that there should be coordination. And let me get to the heart of your question. I feel that the biggest problem is with management. And as the chief judge, I would relay 95% of that blame and responsibility on myself. And that's what I'm doing all of the time, is trying to figure out every little thing in the criminal justice system. Okay, you turn in a warrant, who do you hand that to? And then where does it go to? And why do we just engage cases 6 months after a person's arrested? That doesn't make sense to me. And I don't think it makes sense to any of you. And in resolving these cases, the person needs to feel like they're well represented, and that helps to make the deal. At the end of the day, 98% of our cases are disposed of with a deal, a plea agreement. But from arrest to when we engage with people is at arraignment day, sometimes 5-6 months down the road. So our cases are disposed of about 18 months after arrest. The ABA says that 98% of felony cases should be disposed of within 180 days, 6 months. So I know y'all are faced with a constant debate of the PDs need more, the DAs need more. One of the things I want to accomplish with the grant is better management. And I think if us judges could get pulled off the civil calendar for a while, I do believe we can do this and get these cases adjudicated, get the person sent to the state prison system, so you're not running a mental health hospital here at the jail. This is my goal with the grant as I'm working my way through it and talking to all the various people and all the debates that are going on.
Well, my stance is let's make sure that we get all we can legitimately get through the grant while it's available. And if we need to discuss things beyond the 3 years, we can. But while the 3-year opportunity is there, I'd like to see us, capitalize on it.
Yes, we're going to certainly try to do that.
And I guess it would be incumbent upon yourself, as you stated, and then such as Mr. Cranford with the DA's office, the circuit is getting that additional help, so to speak, but it would be up to the placement. So there would be no guarantee someone would necessarily be in the Carroll County office versus another office. That would have to be figured out in management, so to speak, as you say. Is that correct?
I mean, there have been certain commitments made to Coweta about those two positions because they've agreed to the long-term finance, and that's clear. Otherwise, no, there's nothing clear about that.
Okay.
So our main request is just, and it's quite an honor that he would like for Carroll County's Finance Department to administer the grant. So our request is, are you good with Carroll County's Finance Department with a 10%? We would get a 10% administrative fee from the grant. It's not our role to choose the grant right this moment. That's Judge Simpson's, and then to keep us updated and tell us the needs. And at the end of 2 years, 2.5 years, we can see where we are with that if we want to fund anything else. But our main role for today, to put this on a consent agenda, is just, are you agreeable to letting our finance department administer the grant?
Yes.
Yep.
And may I add
Yes,
that on
please.
the agenda item, we have that we authorize prepayment of the grant expenses, and we could add in an amount up to $500,000.
Okay, that's correct.
And-
You mentioned that earlier. So the first month, we might have to pay out a certain dollar amount, and then we start getting reimbursed. So let me clarify that it's our asking for approval for our finance department to administer the grant with a 10% administrative fee we'll get back, but we do have to do an outlay of the first month, and I believe our finances are in quite good condition to handle that, and it's up to about $500,000.
And I would assume Ms. Cersei has been spoken with and has no
Yes.
issues from that department.
I have been speaking with
Yeah.
her. She's kind of got a look of concern when I talk with her, but I've been speaking with her. And we need to name a fiscal agent also, so I think maybe we could name Ms. Cersei.
Stacy can work that out with you. So if y'all are in agreement, I'm going to put this on the consent agenda so Judge Simpson does not have to come back on Tuesday. Is that
That's
Good?
fine.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you so
you.
much.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, I'm now going to call on Chief Deputy Brad Robinson and Fire Chief Chet Barnwell to present our 10.1, a public safety supplemental grant.
Chairman, Board of Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to be here, and on behalf of Sheriff Langley and all the employees at the Sheriff's Office, I want to tell you thank you for Governor Kemp has supplemented the law enforcement and several of the public safety officers with $1,000. And of course, the county had to administer that financially. And Amy Goolsby has gotten together all of the numbers, and at the Sheriff's Office, there's been 163 officers, basic law enforcement and jail officers that met that criteria. And so I think all of the numbers have come in, and I don't know, I think it's 163. So I kind of thought Amy may be up here explaining this a little bit more, but total. Chief, you want to come up? So I assume the chief and I are here because we have the largest departments in the county. So, but I know Amy got all the numbers up. That was from the Correctional Institute and also 911. The total number on that is going to be
321.
Yeah, 321 public safety employees that qualify under Governor Kemp's criteria.
Right, and if I need to explain a little bit more, the education I got is those officers had to have a post number, which is a peace officer standards and training number, at the time of during August. They had to be employed with our agency at some point during August of 2021. So that's why some of our officers there didn't meet the criteria because they didn't have the number. But out of the officers that we have is 163.
So, yeah, we had 3 firefighters that were not certified in August, so they're the only ones that missed out, and then we ran up to 93. That's what those numbers ran to.
And it looks like volunteer firefighters are included too, or at
Yes,
least
they got
16 were.
They got a lesser amount of 300. Yes. Sorry.
And this is a 1-year lump sum?
Yeah, one time. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay.
Okay, if you have no further questions, I would like to put this on a consent agenda also.
That sounds
Yeah.
good.
I would like just to make one comment about the SAFER grant. So as soon as you can let me know about that, because my constituents are calling me. I know we applied for that. I'd just like to know the status of it because we still have Jones Mill and Carrollton Tyus that are sitting there, and the comments are, nice stations, and I know it affected ISO ratings and they decreased quite nicely, but still we've got some citizen concerns, I guess, about not having them manned.
Yes, sir.
And
I get asked that often.
Yeah, so I'd like us to prod that as much as possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, you all deserve that. Thank y'all for your service and all your employees.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you will not need to come back on Tuesday night. We will put this on the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm now going to call on the county attorney, Stacy Blackman, to go over 10.3, our intergovernmental agreement with the City of Temple Sewer Project. And we also have the city manager from Temple here, Bill Osborne. So thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. This is a proposed intergovernmental agreement with the City of Temple to use some of our ARPA funds to address a public health need for their sewer infrastructure. They have a critical component in their sewer treatment plant, a grit removal system that Mr. Osborne could probably explain more about that. But this, if you approve it, they bid out the project and they went with the low bid of $270,000, and the proposal is to use the county's ARPA funds to fund 45% of that with a maximum of $121,500. And this agreement just says that they'll complete the project, they'll comply with all the ARPA rules and guidelines and reporting. And if you I'm sure Mr. Osborne will answer any questions if you have any about the actual project.
I know I had spoken with Mr. Osborne earlier, and we went into pretty good detail about the project and what it would mean for the city there. And I did ask the question, is this just kind of a temporary fix, or is this something that's really going to help the system long-term? And the answer was long-term. And so I know Commissioner Lee was not able to be here today, but definitely wanted me to express his full support of this expenditure and trying to help out something that's a very basic need in his constituent base in Temple there. So,
Are you good with putting 10.3 on a consent agenda? Great,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Bill. Stacy, I now have, you're welcome. I now have 10.4 is, oh wait, excuse me, 10.4 is the one we canceled. Or removed. Yes, okay, then 10.5 is the property and liability insurance brokerage contract. Well, we just got several hours worth of information, so we will not put this on the consent agenda. We will address it on Tuesday night. Okay, I'm now going to go to 10.6. I'm going to call on our CAD manager, Matt Clodfelter, to present the portable radio replacement proposal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today I'm here to bring to your consideration a proposal for the purchase of portable radios to replace all the handheld radios used by Carroll County Public Safety and their support personnel. All those units are using radios on the WARS system. So to give you a little quick history on WARS. In 2004, the House and Senate of Georgia established the Western Area Regional Radio System, WARS. It is basically our own little network that is integrated to 4 entities, and currently that would be Carroll, Haralson, Heard, and Coweta counties. We all 4 use the same radio system, which means we all 4 get to spread the costs, we all 4 get to enjoy the coverage of network that we have because of that, and it allows us to have a better service because we use it. The system was built largely on grant monies that came out of the pre-Katrina, post-Katrina time, when a lot of things were done in a regional concept. And so the county got most of the funds to build that system through federal grants, along with the matching we had to do. They built a system, it's in Motorola architecture, that services and gives us a roughly 95% coverage throughout the service area. And by the way, your cell phones, depending on who you use, don't give you 95% coverage within the county. It uses currently a 800 megahertz frequency system, which replaced the old system of VHF, or 150 megahertz system, sometimes called a high band. The handheld radios we currently carry were purchased initially in 2006. So you have officers still walking around with the radios 15 years old. The replacement radios that have been bought since then were of the same architecture, maybe a year or 2 newer, but we're finding a lot of problems with those radios now. They're 15 years old. It's more or less a cell phone. So if you think about the cell phone you had in 2006, might have been a flip phone, wasn't the smartphone you carry now, and we're still handing out to officers and firefighters and corrections officers a radio that is running on a lot older technology. The last few radios the county has bought had to be bought off of eBay because you cannot get the radios anymore. You can't get the parts for them anymore. You can't maintenance them anymore. So as they break, they get put in a closet more or less because we can't do anything else with them. The radios that are like mine, that are administrative radios, they're worn every day, but they aren't out in the rain. They're not in a fight with somebody because they're getting hands-on with someone. They're not in a fire. They are taking the wear and tear very well. Radios that are out on storm detail, that are out helping cut trees out of the roadway and throwing flagging tape up during storms, those radios are taking a lot of abuse. When we bought the radios in 2006, we knew they were going to be resilient radios because we knew the technology was there, and they have been for 15 years. So now we're to the point we have to do something because more and more of them are starting to fail. So we've spent the last few months in conversation with Motorola, and we are looking at a similar radio to what we had as far as its architecture and its quality to today. So it is a comparable radio. With that, we're hoping to get another 10, 15 years of service out of that radio. Some of the things that are great about the new radios we're looking at are they have even more water resistance than the old one did. They have better dust resistance. Things that are elements that are going to be the things that destroy radios. Most of the radios that are coming in right now are either damaged from the abuse of the job, such as it gets full of water in a storm, or it gets dropped off the top of a truck, or it's knocked off somebody as they're having to manually manipulate a person that's in custody. These are the kinds of things that are causing damage to radios now. Actually, one of the spare radios I have in my office, it has no antenna because we had to have it for a radio that worked. And it was a dead radio. So we're stealing parts off of broken radios to get current ones to run. Some of the things the new radios we're looking at is we're looking at future proofing. We know from meetings we're having right now at the state level about radios, the FCC is going to be passing down some new things that we're going to be required to do with our radios. We don't know when that will be, but we know that we've just built these radios to have that in them to hopefully keep us from having to do more work to them down the road and cost more money. We've discussed that with our engineer from Motorola, and he said, it's a lot easier and a lot cheaper to get it done as it comes from the factory and spend a fifth of the cost for some of those technologies to be put in it when it comes to us versus spending it down the road. The radios that we're looking at to purchase will be used for all the public safety and support agencies, such as the Sheriff's Office, Carroll County Fire, Carroll County E911, Carroll County Corrections Institute, the Public Works, Animal Control, the Coroner's Office, and EMA. We're looking at replacing 360 radios, along with all the accessories they need to go with them, spare batteries, holsters, shoulder mics, bank chargers, and the like. This was originally brought up during the SPLOST talks last year, and the estimate for the cost of the radio project would be $1,925,000, and that was built into SPLOST. With negotiations with Motorola for some different pricing and things they could do for us because we buy so many radios as wars, they were able to work out the cost of the total project for 360 radios to be $1,651,572.12. Part of those discounts in there were a bulk radio purchase, a radio return discount, as well as getting us additional warranty for the same amount of money for a lesser warranty. So we are currently bringing forth to you, asking you to approve the expenditure of money for these radios. We want to give our guys the best they can have in the field.
Any questions for Matt?
Mr. Klopfelter, I met with you and some members of the team of county staff members that helped put this together, representative of the different agencies, as you stated. One of the things that I had asked and was talking about, essentially this is one quote before us, but the reality is this was a Motorola infrastructure system that was put into place.
Yes, sir.
So that would be the reasoning why we don't have multiple considerations, so to speak, is because you don't want to pair something with the infrastructure system that isn't already what you've got in place, which is Motorola. Is that correct?
Right, sir. So like I said, it's basically a cell phone. So if you took you probably carry a Verizon cell phone, I would guess, Commissioner. If you took your SIM chip out of your Verizon phone and put an AT&T SIM chip in it, it would work. It would not. To do the same thing with a radio to a deputy and send him out on the road and say, here you go, this will work just fine, and then he keys it up and it doesn't work because it's not on the same architecture system. So a function of it may not work, or it may not receive from an antenna or transmit to an antenna in the same way. We don't want to put our guys in that kind of, or men or women in that kind of position. So we went with the system we know will work because they will guarantee it to work.
All right. And I wanted to compliment your team, a couple of things that you just mentioned, talking about negotiating with the price through wars, which was even cheaper than a government contract, so to speak. We looked at those numbers when we met. In addition to that, I love to look at warranties, and that's something y'all were proactive in actually negotiating a better warranty, as you stated, for the same original pricing. So thank you for the work that you and your team did. I think after meeting with you all, it was a very thorough job that you all did.
Thank you, sir.
Are you good with putting this on a consent agenda?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great, Matt.
I'd like to say that I view this as crucial, and I appreciate meeting with you too. I think we handled most of the questions. I'd like to see a a systematic replacement process where we don't end up 15 years down the road and say, oh, we need 300 more radios. Like if we could get on a system to automatically do the updates, that might work, just as with vehicles. I mean, I'm very much like systematic, controlled replacements, I guess. And
Yes, sir, and we are going to be looking at doing that as we move into the future. We want to make sure we're being proactive about all those things with any of the systems that we're using, because they are critical.
Yeah.
You said you guys can trade these dial radios?
Yes, sir.
As part of that?
Yes, sir, we'll be trading then. We'll get $400 a radio on trade-in. As Motorola's told us, we're going to crush them. So, okay. We'll take your $400 for you to crush a radio. So.
Thank you, Matt.
Glad they got that kind of money.
I'm now going to call on the Finance Director, Alicia Searcy, to present items 10.7 and 10.8, please.
Well, I'll have to admit, I'm not prepared for this, so I'll put.
I think it was to permission, I guess, permission to advertise the budget, I mean, to the amendment.
The budget amendments?
Yes, that's what it is. And then
So this is a year-end budget amendment that we do typically at the end of every year. There's some funds that the Finance Department doesn't manage directly. There are funds that are managed through the Sheriff's Department and the CI, and typically we have to make a budget amendment at the end of the year to get everything to balance out like we need to. So this budget amendment is to make the additions that we need to these funds so that our budgeted numbers within our audit are in compliance.
Does anybody have any questions? Are you good with putting 10.7 and 10.8 on the consent?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Alicia. I'm now going to call on Public Works Director Charles Pope to discuss 10.9. And when you're finished with that, you might as well go ahead and stay for 10.10.
Thank you, Chairman, Board of Commissioners. I got a call from DOT. They had some extra money left over in 2021 LMIG Safety Action Plan. So I went ahead and done the application, and the chairman signed off on it, sent it in. 2 weeks later, we had our check for $350,000, which I did, like I said, it's a LMIG, part of the LMIG, so it's a 30% matching. So that brought the total to $455,000 that we would have to spend. If not, we'd have to refund the money back or what we didn't spend back. So we sent out the RFPs on Monday, October the 4th for 50.29 miles of striping, which will be all thermoplastic, center lines, edge lines, raised paving markers, and also stop bars. So the bids was turned back in on October the 26th. We had 3 successful bidders to turn in. Tidwell Traffic Solutions come in at $373, $599.50. The second one was Mid-State Construction, come in at $424, $164. The third one was Peak Paving at $470, $707. So I averaged them out. Tidwell averaged out to about $7,400 per mile. Mid-State was $8,400 a mile. Peak Paving was $9,300 a mile. So what I did, I went back and added 11.72 miles to the 50.29, brought it to a total of 62.01 miles. And that brought the total price, which Tidwell Traffic Solutions was the lowest bid, brought the total price to $460,666.20. So our recommendation would be to go with Tidwell Traffic Solutions for that amount.
Mr. Pope, it's my understanding through conversations that we were going to be using the thermoplastic, which is the heavier duty application that lasts a lot longer on all these new stripings, correct?
Yes, sir. That's what we're trying to do, yes.
And I know as somebody in my district that you've had that done in a lot of different areas, it is literally night and day difference between the old paint versus the thermoplastic application. not only years down the road, but even in the moment at night, it just has a lot better reflectiveness to it. And a lot of my constituents have called to brag. They didn't really know the difference between thermoplastic and painting, but they had bragged on how well the roads were done. So, thank you.
Yeah, the paint usually lasts us 3 years or so. The thermoplastic will get you 10 years or better. Wow. So the money is well spent. The reflection at night, you can see better. So it's well spent money.
Are you guys good with putting this on a consent agenda?
Yes.
Change all those roads to District 6.
And Madam Chair, I think the mileage.
Oh, okay, I was going to say, let me make sure we update. So the actual agenda, there again, normally we have everything really good, but all these things come in at the last minute, didn't they? So
Yes,
the
ma'am.
original, with a consent agenda with the change of 50.29 miles to 62.01, with the dollar amount being the $460,660.20 because of the lower bid, and Tidwell was able to do more mileage, and if we don't spend all the grant, we have to return it. So Charles worked the numbers out. So yes, is it good to put this on a consent agenda, 10.9, changing the 50.29 to 62.01 miles?
Yes.
Yes.
And Tidwell is actually there. They can start just as soon as Ms. Blackman gets the agreement and all done. So they will be ready to go.
Great, thank you. Stacy, did I do good on that one? Okay, yes, thank you. This was a change this morning at 10 o'clock, so my minutes and notes are not quite updated. So Charles, if you'll go into 10.10, the vehicle purchase request.
Madam Chairman, if I can interrupt, please. One of the auto dealers that replied to the RFP process here, I have a business relationship with, so therefore I will be removing myself from any discussions or vote on the matter on Tuesday.
Could I still do that a consent with him removing himself?
Putting on a consent after you get done, and I'll make sure with the extension, we can still do that. I think we can.
Thank you, Clint. We will follow up with that. You may see it again on Tuesday, or you may not, or you may decide you want to see it again on Tuesday. Okay, Charles.
The RFPs were sent out on August the 4th to be returned on August 18th, but the manufacturers did not release the prices of the trucks. So I talked to Ms. Cersei, and we actually sent out two amendments, and we pushed it out to November the 12th. And so everything was to be turned in by November the 12th. And so we had two companies to actually respond. One of them was Don Rich Ford in Villa-Rica. The second one was Cooper Motor Company in Clinton, South Carolina. So that first page that you see there now, that's each department, what each department will be getting, which will be a total of 13 vehicles. The next line down, which will be 3 Ford F-150 XLTs. And then the next one is the XL, will be 9 of them, and 1 Ford F-250 with a service body on it. So it'd be a total of 13 vehicles. And that the total price from Don Rich will be $438,928. The total price from the Dodge dealer in South Carolina was $562,313. So the Ford gave a bigger incentive on their vehicles. Go on over to that one there. It just shows you where every truck is, everybody's going to get the vehicle and where they're going. The first vehicle there you see is my truck will be moving down to solid waste, our new solid waste manager. The second truck, Danny Yates, the 2014 Ford F-150 with 155,000 miles, be moving over to Patchen 1. Patchen 1 will go to Mowers. The Mowers vehicle now will go to be on the auction when we have the auction, hopefully sometime in March. The next one down is Ronnie Rush, 2014 Ford F-150 with 133,000 miles. Will go to Officer Strickland, which is on Patchen. And then his truck will go to Northside Motor Grader guys, which just drive them from the fire station to the job, just there and back every day. And then that vehicle that they're using now is a 2002 Ford with $241,000. It will go to the auction. And the next one for Public Works is the 2016 Ford F-250 with a Reading chassis body, service body with 125,000 miles. It'll go over to Todd, the HVAC, and his E-250 van is 179,000 miles. We originally said it'd go to IT, so we'll just have to wait and see if they still want it, or if not, it'll go to the auction. The next line down, the fire chief, he got 2014 Ford F-150, $74,000. It'll go to the new deputy fire chief. Next line down, battalion chief, the 2019 Ford F-150, 73,500 miles. It'll be pushed down to the new employee, which would be the hydrant tech. The next one, battalion chief, 2019 Ford F-150 with 80,500. It will go to Station 8, and it will replace the old vehicle there, which is a 2000 Ford Explorer with 196,000 miles. Next and down is Mr. Skipper. He has a 2019 Ford F-150 with 31,000. It'll go over to Beth in the parks. Then the next one down, Beth's truck, is a 2010 Ford F-150 with 151,000. It'll go to the new maintenance person that they're hiring. The next one down is the community development. Jeff Cantrell, his 2010 GMC Canyon, 160,000 miles. It'll be pushed all the way over to the auction line. Jamie Bean, the next vehicle, 2010 GMC Canyon, 203,000. It'll be pushed all the way over to the auction line. The commissioner's office, Mr. Hernandez, he's got a 2006 F-150 with 179,000 on it, and that thing gives a lot of problems. So it'll be pushed all the way out, because it's just a two-door, to the auction line. The Recreation Department, Thad Ferguson, his 2013 GMC with 160,000 will go down to Jim. Jim's truck will go over to the correctional officer. Then their old truck there, which is a 2003 Ford F-150, two-door, 172,000, it will go to the auction line.
Thank y'all for putting this chart together. I think it's really important for us to really understand when we're collecting vehicles, where the vehicles are going. There's always that misnomer that we just keep buying vehicles. I want y'all to see where they were going and the needs and the ones that need to be pushed out. So if we can do a consent, but I'm going to also make the correction that in the agenda, it does say 14. It should say 13. So if I have if the county attorney will allow us to do a consent agenda on that, with Clint having to abstain, it's 13 vehicles. Does that work for y'all?
Does Ben need another truck, you think? You use it enough? No, I'm just kidding.
The question was, is this good for a consent? Great, thank you. Thank you, Charles. Thank y'all for putting all that work together. I know it was really time-consuming to get that chart, so I appreciate it. The next part is the business session. 11.1 is a consideration of appointment to the Board of Tax Assessors to fill a term that expires this December. In speaking with Chief Tax Assessor Hubert Sparks and the Board of Assessors, they have recommended reappointment of Robert Federer to the Board of Tax Assessors to fill another 6-year term. Are y'all good with putting that on a consent agenda? Okay, great. Okay, so 11.1. Wow. All right, 11.2 is the Board of Elections. And again, it's another appointment that expires at the end of this month. The Board of Elections has recommended reappointment of Seth Hobson to the Board of Elections and registration for another 3-year term. Are you good with putting that on the consent agenda?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. 11.3 is the Pathway Center Community Service Board. In speaking with Mrs. Morris, she was ready to take a little bit of a break, but would like to be considered again at a future time. So On recommendation from our current Pathways Board, they would like to recommend the appointment of Judge Edie Haney to fill the expired term of Sandra Morris. This will be a 3-year term beginning January 1st. And you'll put that on a consent agenda? Okay, great, thank you. And I'd like to say thank you very much to Sandra Morris for her faithful service on doing the Pathways Board. All right, 11.4 are some Carroll County Water Authority appointments. We have 3 that expire. The first one is for Commissioner Chance, and
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to recommend the reappointment of Trey Wiley. Mr. Wiley is currently the chairman of the board there for the Water Authority. One thing I always like to do on appointments or reappointments is to talk with department heads to make sure that the appointees are engaged, they're attending the meetings, and Mr. Wiley is very engaged and has a lot of institutional knowledge with that board. All the different water expansions that they're looking to do, I think it's very vitally important that they retain that institutional knowledge on the board. So he has agreed to serve another term.
And Commissioner Lee is not here, but he is recommending the reappointment of Bobby Holcomb to represent District 3. And Commissioner Fuller, who would you like?
I would like to reappoint Amanda Greenwood Smith.
Great, thank you. So is this good to put on a consent agenda? Okay, those 3 appointments are consent. All right, 11.5 is the redistricting plan review and resolution. And I'd like to say I'm very thankful to Carroll County's legislative sponsor, Senator Mike Dugan, along with our other members of our local legislative body, for offering the resources of the Legislative and Congressional Reapportionment Office to prepare the maps in accordance with the federal and state guidelines. The Commission Office and the Board of Commissioners here have been very transparent during this process. I'm also thankful to our city libraries for giving us the opportunity to display the proposed maps for our citizens. And so I'm now going to call on the County Attorney Stacey Blattman to present the deals of this resolution. Excuse me, the details.
Thank you. This is a proposed resolution to approve the new redistricting plan that is required by the new census based on the new population. And so if you approve this plan and the resolution, then it also requests that the legislative delegation draw up our local legislation to be approved by the General Assembly in their session this spring in time so that it can be approved for qualifying at the March election. So that's the details of the resolution.
Okay. Are you good with putting this on a consent agenda? I mean, I know we've been discussing this quite a bit and it's been on display, so.
Yeah, I was going to say, Madam Chairman, did you want to mention the efforts that you took to make sure the map was displayed at libraries and different places where people had access to it?
Thank you for giving me credit. Stacy and I drove all the way across the other side of the state to attend a meeting on how to do this, and on the way back we were calling Mike Dugan immediately. So on that end, and then trying to really think, brainstorming with my staff on where to get these maps out where everybody could see them. And Donna and her husband went and posted it over at the Rooteville AMP. So we've done a good job. So thank you for bringing that up. But so I will put this on a consent agenda. We are now going to move to the 2 items that I have added this afternoon there again because of the timeliness of the timing I got them and the timeliness of when they need to be handled by this board. So I'm going to call on Janet Hyde and Ben Skipper for 11.6 for better clarification and instructions for us.
The annexation with the city of Carrollton?
Correct.
That's the one wrong, okay. Chairman, commissioners, what she's referring to, when you get a notice from a city to a county, you have 30 days to respond. So obviously, we had to put it on this meeting because before your next meeting, the 30 days will expire, and no answer within 30 days means everything's okay. This tract lies in Commission District 4, which is Commissioner Steve Fuller. The request is annex into the city of Carrollton and rezone the property to allow for a 122-lot residential subdivision. The applicant is McDowell and Associates. The acreage is 53 plus or minus acres. The current land use, it's vacant. The current zoning is agriculture. The county's future land use map is proposed use is residential, but the county's residential is a minimum 1 acre lot. So that's kind of where our staff in maintaining the future land use map that the citizens and the Board of Commissioners adopted in 2018. And thus, I'm assuming, Chairman, you want me to go through the recommendation also?
Yes, please start with the purpose, the background history.
Oh, okay, you want me to go? Okay.
Yes, because we have people watching who don't have access to this document that we will just put on tomorrow, but for better
Obviously,
understanding, and the commissioners are just now seeing this for the first time too, so.
My apologies. The purpose, as required by Georgia law, the City of Carrollton has notified Carroll County of a proposed annexation of 2 parcels. The Board of Commissioners has an opportunity to object if it feels that the proposed annexation may create some issues with the potential land use or services. By objecting, the county must notify the City of Carrollton within 30 days of the parties would enter into arbitration process. Staff has reviewed the application and has the following comments. The background history: the City of Carrollton is legally required to provide an opportunity to the Board of Commissioners to object to the proposed annexation. The property to the north in the county is currently zoned agriculture, and the current land use is residential, meaning it has a single-family residence on it. East is the county, current zoning is R1 residential. South is City of Carrollton, which has some county R1 and R3 residential, and the west is the City of Carrollton. Grounds for objection of an annexation pursuant to OCGA Section 3636-113, the county's governing authority may by majority vote object to the annexation because of the material increase in burden upon the county directly related to any one or more of the following. 1, the proposed change in zoning or land use. 2, proposed increase in density. 3, infrastructure demands related to the proposed change in zoning or land use. Facts and issues. Staff has reviewed the proposed annexation and finds the following. 1, the proposed zoning of residential plan development, PD, which is a city zoning category for the development of the 122 lot residential subdivision, is not consistent or compatible with the county's current zoning or with the county's comp plan and future land use map adopted in 2018. The property is currently zoned ag, and in the future land use designation is residential with a minimum 1 acre lot. The proposed development is more than double the density allowed by the county zoning ordinance. Spring Road, which serves the subject property, is a substandard dirt road which will require enhancement of paving, increase in right-of-way, and improvements to the intersection with Noonan Road. 3, the addition of 122 residents will result in an anticipated traffic generation rate of 10 trips per resident per day for a peak total of 1,220 daily trips, or 122 trips per hour. The annexation also removes the tax dollars from the county school system. Obviously, the city has its own school system. Staff recommendations are to object to the proposed annexation based on a material increase in burden related to the proposed change in zoning, increase in density, infrastructure demand related to the proposed change in zoning. The result change will result in a substantial change in the intensity of allowable use of the property and change to a significant different allowable use than currently used. B, a use will significantly increase the net cost of infrastructure which is furnished by the county to an area to be annexed because of the road improvements needed for the increased traffic. Differ substantial from the existing uses suggested for the property by the county's comp plan and permitted for the property pursuant to the county zoning ordinance. However, if the city approves the annexation, staff recommends that the city impose, at a minimum, the following conditions. The City of Carrollton include Spring Road in its annexation and bring the intersection of Spring Road and Old Noonan Road up to standards of a city intersection. Require the developer to maintain the minimum 1 acre lot as outlined by the county zoning ordinance, which will maintain the character described in the county's comp plan adopted in 2018. Let me go through, let me read the options that the board has also.
Yes, and Stacy might
You may
have to
read
help
those
us
too,
with
Stacy.
this. But let me say this for the record to make sure y'all understand. The city of Carrollton has not voted to annex this in at this point. They will have a planning and zoning meeting in December, and there will be an actual meeting, I think it's January the 6th, before our January 7th meeting. So there again, it's the timeliness of this. We couldn't wait to take care of it on January the 7th. So I just don't want y'all to think Carrollton has already, the city council has already done something. This is just part of the process and what we want to recommend to them. So yes, would you explain what
Okay.
our
what the
options are?
And I forget we have people watching. Options to the Board of Commissioners could act on this application as following. 1, the board could vote to have no objections to the proposed annexation. 2, could vote to have objections to the annexation by stating the objection is based on a material increase in burdens as described above. 3, take no action, thus having no objection. And 4, commission-defined alternative.
So we've never really done this before because there has not really been any annexations. You know, there's not been a lot of construction and activities going on. So this is the first time for all of us on this.
Exactly. And, you know, from a development standpoint, this board hasn't seen a lot of pressure because nationally and through Metro Atlanta, the Great Recession had a lot of lots that were produced that the banks foreclosed upon. And builders and developers purchased those lots from banks and have been building on those lots, what we used to call pipe farms. I'm sure everyone's seen an empty neighborhood. You drive by and you see the water pipes sticking up. It was called a pipe farm for a nickname. We're in the cycle now that Carroll County and much of the rest of Metro Atlanta, those lots have been consumed, have had houses built on them, and developers are reaching that point in the cycle where they have to produce new lots. So from this board looking forward, that is something that this board will be seeing potentially in the future, is it requests applications to produce new product for builders to move forward.
Is this, I may have missed it.
Sure.
Is this adjacent to city property now? Or is
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's adjacent, right. It has to be contiguous to city property to be able to be annexed into city property.
Okay.
Mill Pond.
Oh,
It's out there
okay.
next to
Mill
Mill
Pond. Yeah.
But it's,
The other,
I mean, it's rural
It's
from there
zoned
to
ag
Oak
right
Mountain
now,
and on
and
beyond.
it's
just
vacant
that
at the
one
pole.
little finger of development in there.
So this will not be on a consent agenda. This will be voted on Tuesday night, but we're presenting it to you tonight, so you have plenty of time to think about it. And Commissioner Fuller is in your district. I believe you said you have gotten some phone calls, so you may want to share now, and you may want to share some again on Tuesday, but.
Well, I mean, the only thing I've heard is, I've had a lot of questions. Nobody really knows. I've heard everything from apartments, you know how rumors get started.
Sure.
You know, to be honestly, I was not really sure until today just exactly what the plan was. So when I got here today, I was shooting in the dark. But I've just heard concerns from constituents because nobody really knows until now.
Well, the letters went out, and I received ours on Wednesday, so I believe probably most adjacent neighbors received theirs probably Wednesday or Friday or Saturday.
Okay.
So how does this work if we approve or if we not approve? What does this mean?
I think I'll hand that over to Stacy.
We don't get the chance to deny it. We have the chance to object, and if we object and the city then decides to annex it, then we go through an arbitration process. And it's the Department of Community Affairs appoints a board, and it goes to arbitration. So that's our chance to voice our concerns. So you either, I think he said you can vote to object, and that's our vote. to not object.
So technically, yeah, there's 4 options. I think we've got an echo going on here. You can vote to have no objections to the proposed annexation. You can vote to have an objection to the annexation by stating the objection is based on material increase as we describe the burdens above. We can take no action, thus having no objection, or we can have a commission-defined alternative. And I believe staff has a recommended motion they would like for us to consider for Tuesday night.
And that's on that next page, you'll see.
Right, and that recommendation would be just for the city to include Spring Road in its annexation and to bring the intersection of Spring Road and Old Noonan Road up to a standard to handle to handle the traffic. So it would bring brought up to standard. Right now, currently Spring Road is a dirt road. So obviously the developer is going to have to bring up Spring Road, but not all of Spring Road would be in the city of Carrollton. The intersection with Spring Road and Old Noonan Road would still be in the county.
So we can just only make a suggestion if they do this.
Right, it's right. Annexations are, they're heavily in favor on the city side. So from our standpoint, we just, like she said, we can say we object, but the city can still annex.
So that's why we're asking, the staff is recommending that we object, but that if the city of Carrollton chooses to annex, we would like these other 2 items for them to consider in the process of, if they choose to annex it, we would like for them to take over the road, and we would like to have the developer do 1 acre instead of a 1/4 acre, which is about, you're going from, technically with us, under 50 acres, it'd be approximately, what, 40 houses?
Right, you would not get 52 because you got to take out for streets and streams.
Right.
So in essence, just a quick blurt, what we're recommending as a staff level is obviously we haven't had one of these in probably a decade. So it's been a long time for everyone, and the board's never seen one. So the chairman asked us to review it and make a recommendation to this board since it's kind of really your first time. But our recommendation is based upon the land use plan. Is it the county has a plan, and we're just recommending stick to the plan that the citizens of the county expressed to their local commissioner that this is how they wanted to see their neighborhood develop. And in that area, in Commissioner Fuller's district, that group wanted a minimum 1 acre lot. It wasn't anti-development. It was just not heavily dense development. It was a minimum 1 acre lot. And the other part is the other thing that we would just recommend, and this was really, us stepping, helping Charles out with Public Works, is if you're going to annex the property and take the road with it, because the traffic on the road will be because of the development, which would be in the city. So the impact to the road would be in the county, but it would be through city residents. So we would just say, take the road with it, and then those 2 go hand in hand.
And saying that Smith Road is a underdeveloped dirt road is an exaggeration.
Well,
Smith Road's pretty.
Spring Road.
Spring.
Yeah.
Oh, which one?
Spring Road.
Spring Road. Okay.
I may have missed.
Yeah, I honestly thought it was a driveway. I drive by it a lot too.
Okay. It's.
So these are some things to be thinking about between now and Tuesday, and questions for staff over the weekend, or preferably Monday, right?
Yeah, preferably Monday. I would prefer it.
And questions for Commissioner Fuller.
Now, our insurance broker said they would answer the phone on a Saturday, Mr. Skipper, so we know you will.
We answer
You're
the
in-house
phones on
staff, so we
Saturday.
know you will.
We will answer. But as the chairman says, prefer.
Can you explain that?
Sure.
How did this occur? Because I'm not familiar with this from a local government.
Okay, so
would the landowner or the developer have gone to
developer-
the city to request this, or
the
was it the city's
developer
notion?
goes to the city and
Okay.
asks to be annexed in.
For what reason?
To be able to get a smaller than 1 acre lot.
Oh, okay.
And get city services. He'll be able
Okay.
to get city water, city sewer.
Okay.
To get below
Right.
our
1 acre.
1 acre minimum, because in the county, we have a 1/2 acre septic requirement just for replacement area.
Yeah.
So by definition, that half acre set aside for your septic, then you got to have your house, your driveway, your pool, your barn. That puts you over there to the other half acre with that septic system. So by default, to go less than 1 acre, the developer has to petition the city to get city water, sewer, and their utilities. And then when annexed into the city can zone it into a denser units per acre than the county allows. So at 122 units, that's more than double the county's allowed density. You know, just to put in a, you know, not a, to round to a decimal point, but we just know it's more than double than what we would allow if it was in the county. So that's what we're looking at, is just what is our plan and what is their plan, and this is how it differs from our plan. And that's kind of just all we're trying to stick to, is what does the plan say, and that's all we're looking at.
We can't answer this
question
probably, but it's a city question, but if we do make the suggested proposal, would the city still be interested in putting their water and sewer system in there for 50 homes versus 122? Don't know.
Don't know. I mean,
okay.
But there again, it's not from the city standpoint, it would be much more so from the developer standpoint.
Right.
It's depends on what trade-off or what incentives he gets for that. But we're just looking at it from what the county's adopted plan says, and we're just trying to make a recommendation off the plan. But that's why he's doing it, is to get water and sewer and more density than what's allowed in the county. But the takeaway is it's on the future land use as residential in the county, not agriculture.
There's no other access to it, I guess. It's just Spring Road. They're not coming out the other way down Summer Chase.
They did not provide us a plan. I think it's too preliminary. You know, in being honest with the developer, you know, he's probably not going to spend very many dollars without knowing that his property's entitled, you know, that he is annexed into the city and he did get his zoning, and then he's going to start spending money. Right now, you're in a very preliminary phase of the development.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to move on to 11.7. There again, this I received by email just a day or two ago, and because it is something that the state legislature is going to address, this comes from ACCG. This was one of the items that was voted on at the Savannah Convention, the Reconnect Conference that we had. So all during the summer, ACCG has had various meetings that you all have received emails to that you could attend and stuff. So lots of items that they hear from all sorts of counties, and then they have to whittle it down. While they work on lots of things, I mean, they do have to put a lot of their employee efforts into a few items to go to the state legislature with. So one of the things that came up during the conference was a supporting reform to Georgia's annexation dispute resolution law. So what this basically says is we're asking the counties are asking the state legislature to modify the dispute resolution law. So it kind of ties in with the same thing, that if we choose to object to this annexation by the city of Carrollton, they choose to do the annexation anyway, we could enter into mitigation with them. And the way it's been done is very unfair to very unfair to counties. So ACCG is just wanting to level the playing ground for us. So they have asked us to approve this resolution. And there again, I just gave it to you because I just got it myself. So I will not ask for this to be on a consent agenda. I'll wait till Tuesday so you have more time to read it. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me, or you can reach out to Todd at ACCG, who sent the information. So I will follow through with that email to y'all on this, so you will know.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
We were in a class, Donna and I were in a class at Savannah, and this was such a hot topic. It took up probably an hour or more of us discussing it, the commissioners in the room. And I called Ben about another issue, but I think I called Avery about this issue. They finally had to bring, Ted? Who's the head of the?
Todd.
Todd,
yeah.
Todd had to come into the room to get everything kind of calmed down so that we could move on with the class. So and there were probably representatives there were at least 30 different counties represented in that classroom at that time. And all but one, and his county was not a county, it was a city county. It was Athens Clark. Everyone else was like, yes, we feel this pressure and we feel like our hands are tied. So this is a hot topic in the state of Georgia.
And it goes back to there again, we have a future land use map that the citizens weighed in on. And while I'm not against all annexations, as long as it works well with the county's plan and it works well for our citizens. But this is about the mediation process if we have to ever use it. So that is all I had for y'all. I will adjourn this meeting and I will see you Tuesday at 6